welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. You're looking at a live shot of Target Field. The Reds and Twins, a game with a ton of playoff implications. They get set for a three-game series getting underway in about a half an hour, and we are bringing it to you live right here on YouTube TV. Heidi Watney and Harold Reynolds inside Studio 42. Harold, thanks for joining me here.
Heidi, a pleasure. Thank you.
This is a good one tonight.
Real good game. And you said it best. Playoff implications in place, but we got some monster teams, too. You know, the Twins with all the power. The Reds have had great pitching, and they've got some power as well. It's going to be a fun game.
It is going to be a fun game. We talk about playoffs, though. Let's take a look at some of the scenarios that we could see happen tonight, starting with the Reds. The Reds are in third place in the NL Central. They are 9. They've won 9 of their last 11 games. And if they play well, if they sweep this weekend, they could be as high as the number 5 seed. If they don't play well, they could be out of the postseason altogether.
They're all
That's
bundled
what's
up.
Going on with the Reds.
They're bunched up right now.
They own the first wild card seed right now, and here's their clinching scenario here. They can clinch a postseason berth if they win and the Phillies lose and a Brewers lost in one of their 2 games, but the Brewers won game 1 of their doubleheader against the Cardinals. Lots of things are going on. Basically, they need to win.
These guys don't have as many ands.
Minnesota, no, they're already in the postseason. Right now, they're trying to clinch home field in the wild card series, and if they win tonight, they get that done. Or if the Yankees and the Indians both lose tonight. But for Minnesota, the bigger thing for them might be making sure they don't face the Yankees in the first round.
Yeah. Yankees have been tearing them up the last, 7, 8 matches?
They've lost 13 straight postseason games against the New York Yankees. The Minnesota
Seems like every year. I mean, it goes all the way back. And every time they're matched up against the Yankees. But you know what's funny is you always say, but it's not the same group of guys. But it seems like it is. But hopefully they can get through it. I don't think they're going to face the Yankees.
It's a similar group of guys that were swept in 3 games in last year's ALDS. Yes. That's for sure. But Minnesota right now is the number 1 seed in the AL Central, and if they can stay there, then they wouldn't have to face the Yankees. Let's take a look at the lineups, though, that you're going to see in the game here tonight. Starting off with the Reds, Shogo Akiyama. They've got Nick Castellanos. Joey Votto has come on lately.
They moved him to 3 spot.
Yeah. Mike Moustakas in there at second. Tucker Barnhart doing the catching for Tyler Mahle. And against Jose Barrios is starting for the
Pretty good balance. A lot of lefties, righties. That was a good balance right here. You look at the lineup of the Twins. Kepler's been really hot. Donaldson in that 2 spot starting to do some things. But Nelly Cruz.
Back in there. He's been out for a week.
Yeah. They got the DH back. He makes this offense go. But the one guy who's rising and really taking off is Byron Buxton. He's in the 5 spot now.
Yeah, he certainly has looked good this year. He seems to be back to his form. And you have a little more on Buxton.
Oh, you know, I love Byron Buxton. I mean, the beauty of Byron Buxton is this guy was the minor league player of the year. He was the #1 pick in the country. He's been a minor league player of the year twice. And you're wondering, how does he put all those tools together? Well, he's figured out how to put together all 5 tools. What is that? He can run, hit for power, speed, throw, and make plays. And that's what this guy does. Look at him beat out this ground ball to win a game right here. You talk about getting down the line, flying. Just give you a little close-up. Look how fast this guy's running. Beautiful stride. The gallop is there. He's healthy. And that's the key. Byron Buxton's had injuries. When this guy's healthy, he can go get a baseball with the best of them, and he's going to show you what he can do right here. This guy was a Platinum Glove Award winner 3 years ago when they actually started giving that award out originally. But his problem has been this, going to the wall and banging against it. He's starting to learn how to turn his body like he did right there, but he can come get a ball with anybody. So Byron Buxton plays in, he plays out, he plays left, right. We've seen all that. But this is the other part of his game. The power has finally come on as well. He's hitting for an average, he's running, he's throwing, he's fielding, and the power is the big difference. And when you got a center fielder with his abilities and the things he can do, and now he adds power to his game, you got a dynamic player. So you want to talk about the 5 tools, this guy's one of the best in baseball with those tools. So Heidi, when they cut him loose and Byron Buxton get himself going, the Twins are going. So pretty impressive. He's hitting in the 5 spot, not because of the 5 tools, but it worked out pretty good for the break.
Kind of like you go, we go with Dexter Fowler, except he's in the 5 spot, not leadoff.
Exactly.
All right, thank you, Harold. We've got a poll question for you guys. Answer in the chat. The question, it's a really tough one, Harold. Who's going to win the game tonight? That's our poll question. So
you answer that one.
Make your voice heard. Oh, you don't want to answer?
Oh, you're asking me seriously?
Yeah.
I thought you were sending that to everybody at home.
Well, it is.
I think the Twins win tonight.
You do?
Yeah.
Behind Jose Barrios?
Barrios is throwing the ball great. They're playing good ball, and I think Byron Buxton has a big night. And Nelly Cruz back in the lineup. So they're a complete club.
Secure home field in that wild card, at least in the wild card game. That is the worst they could finish.
But, right at the end, they're just playing good baseball right now. Yeah. And I know the Reds are really
They've
fighting.
won 9 of 11. The Reds have. They're playing good baseball,
going with
too.
The Twins.
All right, make your voice heard in the chat.
Going with the Twins, people.
Let
Stick
us
with
know.
me.
Coming up next, we have the probable NL Cy Young Award winner and the possible AL MVP joining Harold and I as we get you ready for the Reds and the Twins.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss at 99, and the Twins pitchers end the night, retiring the final 18 Chicago batters, and the Twins' magic number is down to 4. And the 1-0 pitch, a swing and a blast into left field and deep. Back it goes, deep it goes, and on to Waveland Avenue. 453 feet, left his bat at 115 miles an hour. And the 2-2 pitch, a fly ball, got jammed, popped up, back of right. Here comes Kepler coming on. Gonzalez makes a wonderful sliding catch out of nowhere. 1-2 pitch, a drive to left field and deep. Back it goes, deep it goes, down the line. That is fair and gone, a home run. And the Twins take a 1-0 lead.
He got another breaking ball, and he did the same thing with it. Buxton's got 2 today. 12 home runs for Buxton in 109 at-bats. To center field and deep. Robert going back, leaping, and he does not make the play and crashes into the fence. Buxton, who nearly had an inside the park home run last night, will have one tonight.
All right, welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. Take a look at this graphic here. Highest OPS in age 39 season or older. Nelson Cruz trails only Barry Bonds and Ted Williams. That's some pretty special company there. Nelson Cruz joining us right now on Ballpark Cam. And Nelly, I've been asking all season where you found the fountain of youth. I need some of it myself. What has led to the resurgence this season?
Well, I mean, imagine with fans how excited it would be, It's competition everywhere. Even three games before the season is over and nobody know where we're going and who we're going to play. So MLB should bring that for next year too,
Yeah, it's been exciting, no doubt about it. And Nelly, I want to take you back. When you were in Seattle, I saw one of the most impressive things I'd seen from a player. I was watching you take early batting practice, using a pitching machine, hitting curveballs. When did that start for you?
Well, when I was in Texas, when I was having trouble staying with the breaking ball to the other side, I always tried to hit sliders into my feet. I mean, the only way you can hit sliders is when you stay inside with your hands, especially lefties, When you hit the lefty sliders is the ones that you have to really stay into the ball, and that help you to stay in with the fastballs, the breaking balls away. So that was my approaches then. I think Rudy Jaramillo bring that to me, and I love it. And since then, I've been doing it.
A really scientific approach to your batting practice. I like that. You have been out of the lineup for about the past week, battling a hamstring injury. You're back in there today. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Just in time, I think the last 3 games we want to finish hard. Hopefully we can stay on top of the division, and we can play at home. That definitely be a plus for us the way we play at home.
Playing at home, man, you guys have been balling, flat out, mashing. How fun has it been this year, Nelly, with this team? Actually, the last couple seasons.
It's been fun. I think since Donaldson came back from the injury, the team offensive is picking it up. And in the last few weeks, we've been hitting more homers, and we've been more clutch in situations we need to drive runners from a score position. So just in time for the playoff.
So that ballpark, the ball wasn't supposed to carry like it is there. Why is it playing the way it is?
I had no clue. I think the guys are stronger, you know. We need to do less because the high velocity of the pitches are throwing harder now, and I guess you need to put the good part of the bat in the ball, and they're going to carry pretty good.
Well, speaking of Donaldson, is there some secret magic in those robes he got the team? I know you've been wearing it in the dugout. I love it. I love when you put it on the guys after they hit a home run.
I guess it brings some magic, you know. I know we needed fans, and so we had to find and create stuff so we can have fun each other. And I think that it's getting excited. Everybody wants to hit homers now, so they can put that thing on.
How did it start? Who started that? I mean, when did it start?
The first game against the Tigers, we get that robe that day. So I tell the guy, I'm going to put it on and go outside with it. And then, no, you're going to do it. So I bring it in, and I put it on the bench. And so like, the first one who hit a homer, I'm going to put it on, and that's how it started.
The robe is fitting because you're also the king of naps. I know Dustin Morris tweeted your secret out when he shared that you take a pregame nap. I'm all about the naps. I love naps, especially being on the late nights normally. When did that come about in your career? Why naps before a game?
I mean, I don't know anything about it, the naps before 2008. I mean, I was napping, and I don't know, because I feel like after I nap, I feel with more energy, and I feel more sharp for BPE and for the games. So when we was in Texas, we got a guy who came with resources about it, like how important it is to nap, especially for the athletes. They had to react quick, like the Olympics, the swimmers, the track runners, anything can create quickness in your eyes and reactions. It gets you more alert. So it's now science that it help you to react quicker to the baseball, and I guess, and it help you to stay fresh. You know,
you must be one
exercise.
Cool,
I know that.
You're one cool customer. Not everybody can nap before a game. I mean, that's pretty amazing to be able to do that.
He's been around for a minute, Harold.
I think everybody might be a little bit too hyped up.
I mean,
you know? That's
75% of the times I nap, the other times I meditate. But if I always go for the nap.
All right, cool. Hey, let me ask you this. RBIs, you got over 1,100 RBIs in your career, and you're on pace this year for another 100 RBI season. And I know people are starting to discount the RBI as not important. I know that's not true with you or me. So I want to ask you this, though. When you come to the plate in a situation late in the game and they've got a shift on you, do you ever think about shooting it through the right side and driving in runs? I've seen that happen, but is that part of your approach at that time of the game?
Yeah, definitely. You try to stay more simple, you know. Especially when they play the chip, you don't have to do much. You just hit an easy ground ball to the side, and you're going to help the team creating runs. You got to get on base and definitely get the RBIs and put yourself in situations where you want to be in base.
Why do more guys not do that?
Well, you have to feel comfortable, you know, first, and trust the approach in those situations. Be present in what's going on in every at bat. That's the key.
All right, Nelson, let's talk postseason. Expanded postseason. There's so many teams, including the team you're playing, the Reds, that are fighting for even just a spot in the postseason. You guys are fighting for position right now, at least home field advantage. And is there talk in your clubhouse about not having to face the Yankees in the first round?
Well, even if you don't want to, you come up with that question. So
people are going to ask you
The talk
anyway.
is always there.
That's true.
The talk is always there. We just have to focus in control. We control. Play the game. Make sure we like you say, take home field advantage and go from there. Whatever we face, at the end of the day, we be prepared for that.
So how good is this team? Can you make a run all the way to the World Series with this team? Is this one of the better ones you've been on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the veterans guys, especially the starting pitchers, you know, after we get those guys, even though we don't make no trades, but most of them was injury for the trade deadline. So when they come back, it was like getting trade guys from other teams, and we've been showing the wins and losses the way we've been playing lately.
Yeah, you certainly have been playing really good baseball lately, surging at the right time as you head into the postseason. Good luck tonight, Nelson.
All right, thank you, guys.
You know, they have a very good rotation, obviously with Bauer at the top.
Well, the numbers have been awfully good for Bauer this year.
Trevor Bauer has been the best pitcher on the planet.
Trevor, you talk about determined, motivated, and just laser focus from pitch one.
Bauer has been superb. You got to give Bauer all the credit in the world. He's gone out there and he's pitched big-time baseball.
I think it's Bauer's Cy Young to lose in the National League.
He's had 1 million strikeouts. He's been a workhorse.
Trevor Bauer gets the ball today for the Reds.
Trevor, do you feel like you have cemented yourself as the Cy Young winner?
I don't see how you can see it any other way.
We don't see it any other way, Trevor. Trevor Bauer, look at this. These season stats. First in ERA, first in strikeouts, opponent average, and whip. And you heard Ron Darling, who is the voice of the New York Mets, who covers a guy who is the reigning Cy Young winner in the National League, throw his support behind you. So, Trevor, what would that mean to you to get that validation of winning the NL Cy Young Award?
It's something I've been chasing for, my whole life. I went to college to win the Golden Spikes. That was my personal goal, and I accomplished that. And then after that, it was win the Cy Young, because that's kind of the highest honor you can have as a pitcher on the individual side. So yeah, it's something I've wanted for a long time, and I'm excited to be in a position where I have a chance to win it. A lot of years of hard work, and a lot of people didn't like really how I went about it, and were not too kind to me, I guess, on the way in to pro baseball. But it's come a long way, and I'm happy to have had the effect that I've had for the next generation of players to have it easier than I've had it.
Kind of in that vein, Trevor, you've been vocal about players expressing themselves, about being able to be who you are and show who you are, whether it's through your YouTube channel or on social media or on the radio that you do on MLB Network Radio. That's something that's evolved in your career. You weren't necessarily as vocal in the beginning as you are now. How have you come into your own and been able to embrace that?
Yeah, that's a big thing. I've always been opinionated and vocal. I just haven't been able to share it publicly, at least in the beginning of my career, because that's the culture of baseball right now. Rookies come up and they're taught to, here's how to say words without saying anything at all. Don't create any controversy. Keep your head down. Whatever. Got bugs crawling all over me. And I don't think that's good for their brands. Yeah, the midges. I don't think that's good for the player brands or the game at all, because it doesn't draw any interest in there. If you're saying the cliche lines, like everyone kind of rolls their eyes and, oh, what a cliche, where you can have a personality and you can talk about the things that you're interested in and that get you excited, and talk about yourself personally without being a bad teammate or without being selfish or anything. And I think there's a line there that needs to be kind of explained to the younger generation, and they should be taught how to build their own personal side of things while also being good teammates, where right now they're just taught how to shut up and don't say anything. So that's something that I'm blessed to be able to be in a position in my career where I can do that and kind of lead the way. But it's also something I'm trying to, through all the different entities I'm involved in, trying to build that education in for the next generation, so they understand how to do it in a way that's productive for them personally, and also doesn't detract from what they're trying to do as a member of a team trying to win ball games.
Well, Trevor, you've personally invested in that as well. You have your own YouTube channel stuff going on. You've gone back and forth with players, whether it's Bregman or Tim Anderson. So you've also engaged in that, and you've made it kind of fun. How did you start your own YouTube channel, and tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I started my personal YouTube channel back in 2011 or 12 or something like that, and then didn't really post anything for 5 or 6 years. Large missed opportunity. But in 2018, at the All-Star game, Rob Manfred said that in regards to Mike Trout and players, marketing themselves, that there needed to be more interaction on the player side. They needed to actually want to market themselves, or the league couldn't really do anything. And so that, combined with just seeing where the game was going, and the lack of interest among young fans, or the perceived lack of interest anyway, I decided to start my media company, Momentum. So I co-founded that with my business partner and best friend, Tyke Green. We launched that at the start of 2019. And so that's an entity dedicated to connecting fans and players on a human level, and bringing that interest on on the human side to the game of baseball. So players that wear the same type of shoes that young kids wear, now they have a way of seeing that and be like, oh wow, I can identify with that player because he wears the same stuff, he eats the same cereal, he plays the same video games, he talks the same way to his friends that I talk, and so it creates that kind of synergy. When I was a kid, I looked up to a bunch of the players on the field, and I was like, wow, these guys are superstars, and they were, but they seem like aliens. You know, there was no connection there. I couldn't ever imagine myself in their shoes. And I feel like a lot of kids feel that way, but at the end of the day, we're just a bunch of big kids up here playing a kid's game and having fun. So the more you can show that off to the younger generation, the more interest there's going to be on the sport, on the individual players, and that's good for everybody involved. So
well, you're
that's
also,
one of them.
Trevor, teaching as well, too. I know you helped us with the draft. You had some amazing breakdowns, but tips from Trevor. Yeah. Being able to give youngsters tips and ideas as well. Is that one of the things you felt like maybe missed opportunity for 5 years, and now you're getting a chance to really pour into their lives?
Yeah, definitely. So momentum is on the kind of league-wide side, works with a bunch of different players, and I have my own personal YouTube channel where I do try to give those educational tips away. I was a big Barry Zito fan growing up, and I was fortunate when I was 12 years old to do an Alan Jaeger long toss camp and get to meet Barry and talk to him about his curveball, and he taught me how to throw his curveball. A lot of players, a lot of young kids don't have that opportunity, so I'm trying to use new age media and YouTube specifically to give them those tips. Hey, here's how I throw my curveball. Here's how I think about holding runners. Here's how I read swings. So through the Tips with Trev series, giving technical information about baseball, through the Breaking Point series, trying to break down at bats and show how to read hitter body language and stuff like that. All trying to be resources for young kids to be able to learn the game and, again, keep that interest in the game and keep playing.
That's really cool about, spinning it forward to the younger generation. But back to being a good teammate, Joey Votto said about you, and I wrote this down, he said, you demand a higher level of competition from your teammates, which is infectious. What does that mean to you that the face of the franchise supports you like that and says you really bring out the best in your teammates?
Yeah, it means a lot. I mean, look at what he's meant to this franchise over the years and coming up in the beginning of his career on some really, really good Reds teams. And then there's been this kind of drought the last 6 or 7 years, really. And to have him come out and say that it's something that it's a proud moment for me. Obviously, the guy's a Hall of Famer. He's been a huge part of the Reds organization and really baseball as a whole for the last, I don't even know, 10, 15 years. So that's what we're all trying to do here. We got a lot of guys in the clubhouse that have won and gone on deep postseason runs, and we got a lot of guys in the clubhouse that haven't gotten that experience. And we're trying to, the guys that have been there are trying to show the younger guys that haven't, like, hey, this is what it takes, and this is how you go about your business. This is what meaningful baseball in September feels like. This is what October baseball feels like. We want everyone to have that experience because it's just it gives me chills every time I think about it. It's such a great time of year.
No, winning is what it's all about. But also, Trevor, how we started. Let's go full circle back to the Cy Young. What is working for you this year? Every year we make adjustments as players. What is working so well for you this year, and what were some of the adjustments you made?
Yeah, I think my command is the biggest thing. After every year, I look at my season. I say, okay, where did I go wrong? Like, what could I have done better? And I always come back with, like, oh, I didn't command the ball well enough, or man, I walked too many people. And so I put a huge emphasis over this offseason and also during quarantine on working on my command. I figured if I could cut down the number of walks that I gave up, I would cut down the number of runs that I gave up, because a high percentage of my walks end up scoring. And that's just a very easy way to cut down on the runs allowed. So I put a huge emphasis on not walking people. I've slashed my walk rate by a significant amount, and I think that's one of the biggest things that's aided my success this year.
Trevor, I heard you on MLB Network Radio last week saying you think your body performs optimally on 3 days rest as opposed to the normal 4 days rest. You pitched on 3 days rest on Wednesday, 8 innings, 12 strikeouts. You gave up just 1 run. So obviously you did well there. You might be coming back on Sunday. Why is it that you think your body performs best on 3 days rest?
Oh, you asked the fun questions. I could go on about this for hours, but to simplify it, on a 5-day rotation, I go pitch, 2 days off, bullpen, 1 day off, start. That bullpen day, in order to get anything out of the bullpen, you throw somewhat intensely, and so it kind of puts a blip in the recovery process. On 3 days rest, I go pitch, 3 days off pitch. I don't have to throw a bullpen because it's close enough to the time I last touched the mound that I don't lose any command or any effectiveness. And so I get 3 to 4 days of like a linear recovery process where all my my blood markers come down, my recovery, my heart rate variability goes up, all this different stuff, and I get actually more recovery into my start. So
Makes too
I actually
much
feel
sense.
better, and I think my body would perform better on that schedule for a full season than on 5 days.
I like it, and I hope we get to see it in the postseason and down the stretch. And best of luck. Also, everyone help Trevor get to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. You're at about 87,000 right now, so we're going to get you at least the 13,000 you need just in this broadcast alone. Thank you, Trevor. Good luck.
I love it. Thank you, guys.
Trev. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And I'm working on that little 3 days work and then 3 days off type thing. I like that.
Well, before Harold takes off, when we return, final thoughts as we get ready for the Reds and Twins live from Target Field.
Heidi will be here alone.
All right, Reds trying to protect a 4-1 lead in the ninth. And this one caught! A leaping catch at the wall by Brian Goodwin. Yet another record into the Reds' books. No strikeouts through 9 appearances. Trevor Bauer with 77 of them.
Fastball, strike 3 call. 3 up, 3 down inning for Bauer. He's retired 11 in a row.
Votto with the drive into left field. Joey Votto will touch them all. Here's a drive to right field. Kiss it goodbye. Second home run of the day for Votto. Barnhart, right field, and gone. Second solo home run off of Stever in a 2-0 Reds lead. Hit well, and goodbye, baby. Third home run of the game for the Reds in a 3-0 lead. They will give the rookie Tyler Stevenson a chance. In the air, left field, hit pretty well. Tyler Stevenson, goodbye! Woo! Tyler Stevenson, a walk-off home run.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. So we asked you who's going to win the game, and we have the poll results.
And Heidi put me on the spot.
53% agree with Harold that the Minnesota Twins are going to win the game. That's real darn close to 50-50.
Tell you what, that's what I was going to say. This is a great game. People are going to pay attention to it.
Well, they should pay attention. There's so many postseason implications. The Reds fighting for a spot in the postseason.
That guy is the reason why I picked the Twins. Jose Barrios.
He's been good lately.
He's tough. His slider's working now. He's more effective. He's more consistent with it. That will be the pitch tonight.
Barrios 4-0 over his last 6 starts. The Twins have the best record in all of baseball in September, but the Reds come in hot. They've won 9 of 11. This game, I mean, it's going to be a big, and there's implications for both of them. Minnesota trying to get home field advantage and not have to face the Yankees.
Yeah, and the Reds are fighting to not have to deal with anybody to get in. But you know what? Regardless, it's going to be a fun game. Because they got great offense on both sides. They put runners on. It's going to be good.
The great part about the Reds is that the Brewers and Cardinals are playing each other this week, and they have a doubleheader today. The Brewers won the first game. The second game will get underway any minute now. But they're going to kind of beat each other up this weekend, possibly.
Yeah.
The Reds could sneak in on the back end there.
Well, that's what you're hoping. And the Reds, though, when you're in this situation, you try to take care of your game only. You know, we hear about scoreboard watching all the time. You get wrapped up in looking at somebody else's score, and before you know it, you're losing. So you just try to take care of your game.
The Reds' offense, their starting pitching has been really good for them lately. The offense has not been that great. They're scoring pretty much all of their runs on home runs. Interesting.
Yeah, they haven't manufactured, which is, I think it's a product of how the lineup is set up. You know, they don't have a whole lot of guys mixing and matching in there, but we'll see. I can't believe how fast this season flew by.
All right, it's Tyler Mahle versus Jose Barrios, and Steven Nelson, John Smoltz, and JP Morosi are on the call for you. They're going to take it away after this. Enjoy the game.
Entertain the folks, guys. Entertain them.
For Harold Reynolds, Heidi Watney, have fun.
Here's the pitch. Drives it. See, what a play. Are you kidding me?
And we are down to one. One more weekend in the 2020 regular season. We're going to spend the start of it in the Twin Cities. Rod Carew will join you, so pull up a chair because we got one more game of the week live on YouTube. It takes place at Target Field, the Cincinnati Reds visiting the Minnesota Twins. And with one more weekend to go, we are still sorting through postseason scenarios and seedings. Now, the Twins have already secured a spot. Now it's just, will they have home field in the wild card round? And will they win the AL Central for a second straight year? Entering play on Friday, a one-game lead for the Twins ahead of the Chicago White Sox, who do own the tiebreaker over Minnesota. Now, how about the Reds? They can clinch a spot with a victory and some help. Entering Friday, they're battling for the 2 seed in the Central behind the Chicago Cubs. The Cardinals are there. The Brewers are still staying alive. The Crew and the Redbirds playing a doubleheader on Friday. Milwaukee taking game number 1. And with that, we say hello from inside our broadcast booth. I'm riding shotgun with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz, Steven Nelson here. Welcome to the game of the week again. Smoltzy, our last one of the season. How you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, pretty excited. Obviously, Cincinnati's trying to punch a ticket. Minnesota has already. What you may not know is these two teams have 2 pretty good starting rotations. Cincinnati, of course, was the one built up, but Minnesota has exceeded expectations.
As I mentioned, this is the final game of the week live on YouTube. But if it's your first, you may not know exactly what's going on. Let me explain it to you. I just want you to join the more than 2.5 million other fans in subscribing to the MLB YouTube channel, and you can also get notifications for the next time we have games next season. If you're on YouTube TV, that's cool too. Game streamed live thanks to an MLB pop-up within the channel guide. So now let's dive into the matchup. You talked about the starting pitching. If you were to hone in on Cincinnati, the three-headed monster gets all the credit with Bauer, Castillo, and Gray. But Mahle, tonight's starter, also good too.
Yeah, they really have a staff that's deep in their starting rotation. Last year, Bauer came over in the trade, didn't quite adjust, didn't have the year he's used to, but whoa, he rebounded. He's probably going to win the Cy Young. He's as dominant as it gets. Castillo's a young, dynamic starter, and of course, Sonny Gray has refound himself. So the Cincinnati Reds pose a major problem for whoever they play if they get into the postseason. But the one thing they're going to have to improve on is their offense, and that's the one thing I thought their offense was not going to be an issue this year with the additions they made. But if they get hot, which they have lately, and get a little bit more of this production, the Cincinnati Reds won't just be a team that got in. It could be a team that we're talking about late into October.
9 wins their last 11 games, and yes, the Reds are looked at, I think, consensusly as one of the scariest teams heading into the postseason. Now, the other side, talking about offense, the Twins are nicknamed the Bomba Squad. And leading the charge, Nelson Cruz and Byron Buxton really coming into his own.
That's the key. Buxton and his resurgence back to the athletic star. But when you talk about a star, Nelson Cruz, there's the numbers. Only Mike Trout has more home runs since 2019. He is absolutely the definition of a power hitter and his poetry in motion. But for Minnesota, to get this athletic player back offensively, to make the adjustments he's made, it has been an absolute dominant performance offensively when you think about what they've done at home. Their record at home is unbelievable. They hit a bunch of home runs, and now they're athletic again, and their defense has improved. So Minnesota, in this fashion, is no different than they were last year.
Time for StatCast powered by Google Cloud. And when it comes to Buxton taking that next step or steps, a lot of it has to do with how he's adjusting to breaking pitches.
Yeah, he's not missing them when they're in the zone, and that's the key to any hitter. The breaking ball is a tough pitch to hit in the big leagues. There's no doubt about it. But if they give you a cookie in the middle of the zone, you've got to take advantage of it, and he is. And he's made that adjustment because breaking balls were not his friend in the past. And when they're not your friend, guess what every pitcher is going to do? They're going to keep throwing Uncle Charlie. So there's the numbers, and there's the difference between 2019 and 2020.
8 of his 16 hits off breaking balls, have gone for extra bases. He's batting 5th. We're taking a break. On the other side, lineups, first pitch, and our friend John Paul Morosi, who's going to paint the postseason picture for you on this Friday.
We are underway here at Target Field.
And we are set for Reds baseball.
Swing and a miss, he got him.
That was a great play. I didn't think he was going to get it. That's a Gold Glove caliber play.
Got the heart of a champion, most definite. Better beware, down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad.
Moustakas with a deep blast. Welcome to the Reds.
Max Kepler on the first pitch of the season goes deep.
Nelson Cruz continues to be a bully.
Up and out of the strike zone. It doesn't matter to Castellanos.
A 2-run homer for Buxton.
Suarez is 3 for 3.
And gone. He's got another one.
And the Reds sweep the doubleheader.
Time to break through. Come home free. Inside and you will find the heart of the champion lion.
Here's what a walk-off winner looks and sounds like in 2020.
And walk it off, Joey Votto.
Welcome back to Target Field on a beautiful night here in the upper Midwest. When the Cincinnati Reds arrived here Thursday, their manager David Bell did what a lot of us do this time of year. He started watching baseball. There was one problem. He wasn't sure who to root for in this very complicated National League playoff picture, with 6 teams still competing for 4 playoff spots as there are now just 3 days left. The Reds actually could clinch a playoff berth as early as tonight if they defeat the Twins, if the Phillies lose, and if 1 or 2 of these things happens, at least 1 Brewers loss or 2 Giants losses. The Reds, though, right now competing in a way, they've got their starting pitching lined up. They believe they might be one of the most dangerous teams right now in the NL playoff picture, with the presumptive Cy Young Award winner Trevor Bauer going for them. The situation a bit more straightforward for the homestanding Minnesota Twins. They have already clinched a playoff berth. They're now trying to win the American League Central for a second straight year, something they haven't done in a decade. They have a 1-game lead over the White Sox, but the White Sox have the tiebreaker. So the Twins certainly feeling some pressure to keep winning and continue what's been already a 4-game winning streak. The Twins, though, already focused on October in many ways. The last time they won a playoff round, the year was 2002, and their manager was a young 44-year-old Ron Gardenhire. Speaking of managers, David Bell, whom we talked about off the top, the Reds manager, his brother Mike Bell is the bench coach of the Twins. So maybe we'll see a brotherly lineup card exchange at an appropriate social distance here at Target Field this evening. Steven?
Thank you so much, my friend. Welcome back. Or welcome in to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. It's our 2020 finale in this final weekend of the regular season in Major League Baseball. Gosh, the postseason is here. We can basically smell it, John Smoltz, and it smells good.
Have you been to Target Field yet?
I have.
It's phenomenal.
I mean, pristine, and the night that we got for baseball here tonight also looks fantastic.
Yeah, the only question I have is when they go to the World Series some year.
Because it's not a question of if for you.
Oh, no, it's not if. I mean, every team's going to eventually go, unless it's Detroit Lions are never going to Super Bowl. But not having a dome here is interesting, as they have gotten away with the weather so far.
Yeah, interesting is one word for it. What word do you have for the lineup that Jose Berrios will face tonight for the Cincinnati Reds? Nick Castellanos is in it, as is Joey Votto and Mike Moustakas, who is batting 5th and playing second base. Shogo Akiyama in the leadoff spot has also really turned it on.
You know what's interesting? When you see certain numbers that you can't believe, I don't think the other manager believes it, because the right-handers have struggled against Jose Berríos, and yet there's a bunch of left-handers in there because that's the lineup the Reds typically put against a right-handed hitter. But he has dominated the left-handed hitters thus far this year. It's really crazy when you look at the numbers. They're reverse splits. I mean, the right-handers are almost hitting 300 off of Berríos.
Here is the Twins starter. The right-hander comes into tonight with a 5-3 record. His ERA sits at 3.72. His ERA this month, though, John, is 2.05. Fact of the matter is, if Minnesota is going to get over the postseason hump, that's past the first round and perhaps maybe beat the Yankees again, it's going to be this guy taking that next step in October.
Yeah, for sure. And he's getting better with age. He's not even that old. This is a guy that has video game stuff. I mean, you're going to see a breaking ball that starts at a right-hander's hip and sweeps across the plate. And his arsenal is going to have a variety of these pitches. There's the curveball that he throws more than he does his four-seamer. The four-seamer and sinker combined obviously are more than the curveball, but he relies on that curveball. He'll throw it about, I don't know, anywhere between 30% to 33% on the first pitch. So they're going to have to be ready. And I think the numbers over time, if this season were to go to 162, look for that right-handed batting average to go down as well.
Lefties struggling against his changeup. Righties struggling against his curveball. Berríos is set as he's been dealing his last 6 starts, 4-0 with a 2.14 ERA. Opponents hitting just 200 against him. Now Shogo Akiyama coming over from NPB, where he is one of the most durable and proven hitters, will lead things off. We're underway at Target Field in the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. With John Smoltz and JP Morosi on site in the Twin Cities, I'm Stephen Elson. Wherever you may be around the globe, thanks for spending your Friday night with us. It should be a fun game of baseball with two teams with a lot to play for still. Akiyama fouls off the 1-1, now 1-2. Dawson Wright in the live commentary section on YouTube saying Target Field is mad underrated. And that kind of backs up what you're saying. Once they finally get that World Series stage, the baseball world will come to notice.
In blankets and hoodies and mittens and gloves.
Oh my. What a breaking ball. What a filthy start for Jose Berríos. 1 down in the first.
And I'm just telling you, he has one of the greatest breaks to his breaking ball, and the arm angle that he throws it, and it has that lateral late break. This is a ball the entire way, and he just freezes Shogo, and he's trying to figure out if he's seen a pitch quite like that. And Berríos, for me, is one of the elite right-handers that needs to go to the next level, and that next level is more innings in the future. More innings per game.
First pitch hits the outside corner for strike 1 to Nicholas Castellanos, who's reached base safely in 7 of his last 8 games. Fouled off and quickly an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, this is where he's struggled lately, and the 2 strikes has not been much success in the last few games. This is a guy that came over, a doubles machine, has been fallen off a little bit, as has some of the Reds. Meanwhile, a couple of his teammates are picking up the slack.
The 0-2 waved at by Castellanos. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the night for Berríos. Now Joey Votto will dig in as we show you the Twins defensive alignment. Byron Buxton, Gold Glove winner in center field. Rocco Baldelli told us today there are few people on the planet who can do what this kid does all over a baseball field. He's flanked by Rosario and Kepler in the outfield. As the first pitch to Votto misses inside. Sano, Gonzalez, Polanco, and Donaldson around the horn. And Berríos and Garver playing catch. Now Joey Votto.
It's hard to believe when you see stuff like Joey Votto batting 111 on the road. It's the worst amongst hitters with 81 total plate appearances. That just doesn't that doesn't set well when you think about what this guy's capable of.
Votto gets a bat on the 1-1, but Marwin Gonzalez with the hops and the snag, and a 1-2-3 inning for Barrios and the Twins, and that'll give way to the Bomba squad, led off by Kepler, Donaldson, and Cruz. The bottom of the first is coming up next.
Votto's going to have a good night tonight. He is overdue against the Brewers, 0 for 22 against Milwaukee, and he swings and sends a fly ball deep left center field, way back there, and gone! A 2-run blast for Votto, and the Reds are on top 2-0. And now Claudio will deal with Eugenio Suarez.
In the air, left field, going back is Yelich, and kiss it goodbye! Third home run of the game for the Reds. This one a 3-run shot. The sweet swing of Suarez.
Well, Bauer's command tonight.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Yelich. Struck him out. Bauer all kinds of fired up. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. How about Trevor Bauer? First and third, nobody out. 3 straight punch outs. Gets away from Barnhart. He will tag. And how about Trevor Bauer? 8 innings of 1-run baseball on the most crucial game of the season.
As we welcome you back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, I want you to do something for me. Download the new Rally app presented by BetMGM. That's where you can make live predictions on every at-bat for a chance to win prizes. So download the Rally app right now. Smolty, you and I are going to be participating in the fun throughout the game. Right now, let's lock in on the Bomba squad. And the lineup for the Minnesota Twins on this Friday. Nelson Cruz, been 6 days since he last played a baseball game as he's been nursing a knee injury, but he's back in tonight in the 3 spot, the designated hitter who's in MVP conversations.
Yeah, absolutely a beast, and looks like he's getting better with age.
I mean, Wine wishes it could age as well as Nelson Cruz has. Now Tyler Mahle. We kind of talked about this. The 3-headed monster is the phrase we throw around with talking about the Reds. He gets lost in the discussion, but he has been really, really effective for Cincinnati this year.
He has. He's going to primarily come at you with that fastball, and opponents are having a hard time against this young man, as they are against most of the Reds. How about this? Right-handers hitting only 168. Left-handers hitting 245 on the year, and he struck out 50% of the right-handers that he has faced this year.
Max Kepler leading off. There's strike 2 on him. The Cincinnati Reds in the live commentary section says, folks, this is just our second trip to Target Field. Interestingly enough, though, the starting pitcher for one of our wins there is tonight's starter, Tyler Mahle. So if you like history, there's a little bit of it from the Reds in the commentary section. Max Kepler trying to battle back here, down 1-2. Jammed inside, and it's into foul territory.
Well, Kepler, much like a lot of left-handed hitters, likes the ball down the lower third of the zone and to inside off the plate. So look for Mahle to try to elevate that fastball as he has, to get him to swing and miss on the upper level of the strike zone.
He comes home with the 1-2, misses away, count even at 2. Kepler 0 for 4 on Wednesday. Twins and Reds are both off on Thursday. That outing was after having 3 hits and a home run in each of his previous 2 games for Kepler. Going to try and get back on the horse here. The 2-2. Did he hold up? It appears he did. So we'll fill up the count now.
It's a great breaking ball to a guy who likes the ball down, like I said, thinking it's a fastball, but he was able to, what appeared to be, check his swing. I think the pitcher has the best view on that. They should ask the pitcher if he went.
Very an objective view too.
Yeah, I mean you got to have an oath of honor.
Let's show you the arsenal for Tyler Mahle thanks to StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud.
Yeah, he's got the ability to go to both sides of the plate with the fastball slider split. The split's going to take care of the left-hander. Slider's going to take care of the right-handers. An occasional curveball, you could say that. Not really. 1% might show a pitch or two.
He's given up 3 or fewer runs in all 8 of his starts this year. And 3 of those 8 outings were 4 innings or less, but still getting the job done, and opponents struggling to hit him. Josh Donaldson takes ball 1. In fact, opponents are averaging just a 191 clip off Mahle this year, and that slots in between Jacob deGrom and Aaron Nola for the 7th best mark in the National League. Hitters count for the bringer of rain.
Bringer of rain, or the got to come up with something about.
You want snow in the Twin Cities?
No.
We don't want that.
The latest act that he had at home plate with the with the kicking of
sandstorm?
sand. Yeah, he could be the sandstorm. Could be.
There's some paint for strike 1. If you were to look at Donaldson's season line, Smoltzy, it'll maybe mislead you a bit because he just hasn't been out there healthy. Missed the entire month of August with a strained right calf. He's got our runner aboard here with 2 outs, or it's with nobody out, excuse me. That ball shallow right field, going back is Moustakas. Made that look a little easier than it was.
Wait a minute. Did Josh Donaldson not know where that ball was?
I don't think he did. Based on what we saw of Josh, he thought it was going to slice out of here. Did not. Stayed fair. So 1 down. And now Nelson Cruz.
I mean, you look up these numbers, and he's going to be first in so many categories. It would take us forever to talk about what he's done. He's got 12 solo homers on the year. I mean, his OPS on the first pitch of the bat is the best in all of baseball. Batting .382 on fastballs, best in all of baseball. So that tells you why you're going to see a slider first pitch. Donaldson knows this is a foul ball. I mean, this is like throwing a. I mean, this is like bowling a ball and knowing it's a strike and not turning around only to find out it's a split.
Right. Or maybe you threw it gutter ball. Yeah.
He had no idea where that ball was off the bat.
Cruz back in the lineup for the first time since last Friday. Again, a sore knee for him. So it's great to see him back in there. Because he's a thing of beauty when he's going right, as he has been for most of this season. A little tardy on that fastball, 2-1.
Well, there you have it. Bonds in a different atmosphere there, but that's a pretty big list. Ted Williams, Willie Mays.
I would enjoy being in said company. That's for sure. This 2-1 from Mahle. Good breaking ball, but Cruz did not bite, so now 3-1.
He really does have the perfect swing for this style of baseball. I mean, he's basically trying to take that square box that you see as a strike zone, and he's trying to, I call it like a saucer swing, but he's trying to get the barrel of the bat throughout the zone to stay in as long as possible, and he has that perfect just swing up.
Like shallowing a golf club?
Yes. I mean, it literally has the perfect art. And that's why he hits so many home runs.
Oh, he's probably salivating right now. The 3-1. He takes another ball. So 2 walks for Mahle in the first. 2 aboard for the Twins. The Reds defense stacks up like this. There's Votto. He's got a Gold Glove in his trophy case. Moustakas playing second. Galvis and Suarez at short and third. Akiyama, Senzel, and Castellanos in the outfield from left to right. And there's Tucker Barnhart. He also has some hardware. And the last time we did a Reds game together this year, Smoltzy, Tucker Barnhart was the unsung hero of the players of the game. So great defensively.
Sure was. Well, if you're struggling throwing strikes, you want this guy at the plate. I mean, this guy loves to swing. He definitely will swing the bat, and he'll swing up so you can get him to chase your fastball. The right guy at the right time if you're struggling with the strike zone.
Swings at the first pitch. Oh, he wanted that one. He wanted to give it a ride, but it's in foul territory for strike one. So everybody's been talking about the robes that Josh Donaldson gifted all the Twins, but in terms of fashion, the statement made today was Super Rosario t-shirts worn by the Twins in BP. Here for Eddie, the left fielder and cleanup hitter tonight. Malley checks on Kepler, comes home. There's strike two. I mean, that.
Yeah.
I need that shirt in my life, actually. That's really well done, whoever designed it.
Very well. That's what I miss about the game. Just the stuff you do behind the scenes.
The little skits, right?
Yeah. Well, you saw that fastball up. You could throw it up, but I'll tell you the one thing that Rosario can do. He'll hit a home run head high. I mean, he'll hit some unorthodox pitches for homers, too.
The 0-2. He goes up to get it up in the zone. There's a base hit into center field. Kepler was going back to second. So holds up at third just in case that ball was caught. The bases are loaded for the Bomba squad.
It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Look where he threw that pitch. That is a perfect pitch. And because he hunts pitches better than most, he gets a base hit out of it. I mean to tell you, you're going to go look at that film and you're going to shake your head going, I threw that exactly where I wanted to.
Just out of the reach of the outstretched Freddie Galvis. And if you were to pick a player in the Minnesota lineup to face in this situation, yes, this is very much pick your poison. It would not be 2020 Byron Buxton. The way he's going right now, that'd be a hard pass for me.
No, but he should attack him here with fastballs. And I know you typically don't want to do that with the bases loaded, but that should be the arsenal. He's struggling a little bit on four-seam fastballs, so the adjustments he's made on off-speed pitches, primarily the slider and the curveball, maybe giving up a little bit on the fastball. Coming into this point of the season, he's hitting 156 off of right-handed fastball, four-seam fastballs.
9.77 at bats per home run, second in baseball behind Luke Voit. Bases loaded for Buxton. Inside part of the plate, just off, but call goes Malley's way. 0-2.
He couldn't throw two more perfect pitches when you don't have any room for error.
Since coming off the injured list, a tear is what Buxton has been on. Big spot for him here. Watches the 0-2 miss down and outside.
See, typically that's an okay pitch, but in that situation it just becomes a waste pitch. It was nowhere close to the last fastball that he threw. That ball started out of the zone. He has to make that pitch look a little closer to the strike zone if he wants to get him to swing at it. And two in a row that were nowhere close. So interesting selection of getting two fastballs for 0-2, and he really had no chance. And then he slowed him down and actually brought the count back into his favor, 2-2, without it. That was a non-competitive pitch. And what I mean non-competitive, it never tempted the hitter to ever think he was going to swing at it.
Foul down the third base side.
He's only averaging 3.26 pitches per at bat. I think that's one of the lowest in the league. And then there's the highest percentage of swings. So that speaks to both of those stats.
Swings and misses at the 2-2. Ticket punched, and it's a big one for Malley. 2 down.
And every pitcher wants to be able to do quick work. He could have saved himself 3 pitches by throwing that 0-2, but he really was conscious of not making a mistake 0-2. And see how that one started on the plane where it looked like it was going to hold its height for a strike, but then it just darts out. Great spin, great break, and a great pitch for the Reds right-hander with the bases loaded, nobody out. Or 1 out, sorry. Nowhere to put somebody.
A little bit of labor here in the first for Tyler Mahle. His 26th pitch will start off Miguel Sano.
So as this plays into the postseason, these are the interesting things about the Minnesota Twins. They swing a lot, they hit a lot of homers, but is that formula going to be able to work throughout the playoffs? Well, it might work if they can avoid the New York Yankees, because that's been their stumbling block.
Oh, Twins fans need no reminder about that. Going back to 2004 to last year. Sano 0-2.
I'll tell you what, he has carved up the last couple hitters. Now this right here would scream breaking ball down, because he struggles, does Sano, against low pitchings, low breaking balls. 80 strikeouts since the start of last year, highest in baseball on low breaking ball pitches. Now, you know, if I've got it, they've got it, and that's what they want to execute. Great pitch.
Especially to a guy who has entered the final weekend of the season, Miguel Sano, with the highest strikeout rate and 3 true outcome rate in MLB history among qualified hitters. 43.7 strikeout rate, 58.93 true outcome rate. So that's walk, home run, strikeout. The 1-2. Mahle goes upstairs and gets him. Barnhart loves it. Back-to-back punchies to escape the bases loaded jam for the Reds starter. So we still got donuts on the scoreboard through 1 full on this MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube.
And here's Jake Cave. Cave struck out swinging his first time up.
Crushed to right field. Jake Cave tees off a long home run, and it's 4-0.
There it is. Guys are going to be fighting over that thing.
Mize is going to stay in to see Eddie here in this 5th inning at bat.
Left center and deep to the bullpen. Reyes going back, still going back, and that ball's gone. Rosario with a 2-run home run into the bullpen, and it's 6-0.
I love it. It's like a prize fighter after a fight. He just went deep.
Cave against Nick Ramirez.
Cave lifts it to left. Castro retreats. He's back at the wall, and that ball is gone. Cave goes to the opposite field. His second of the ball game. He wants the road back. Cabrera will come up with 2 men aboard.
Here's the 1-1. Driven. Did he get it? To deep left. Get out of here. Yes! A second 3-run bomb of the night for Miguel Cabrera.
And it is 7-6. Bouncer to the right side. Sano juggles it. Has to run to the bag to end the game. The Minnesota Twins are in first place in the American League Central.
Whew. Well, that was a fun first inning.
What a job. I mean, that is as nasty as it gets with the bases loaded and 1 out. Whew, man.
Some stones from Tyler Mahle. All right, what do you got, Jose Berrios? Adding to this unique viewing experience on YouTube, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring Major League Baseball, the Reds, the Twins, and a select group of YouTube content creators. You can view the game live commentary on your computer, your mobile device, smart TV, and we'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast as well. So as we welcome you back inside Target Field, it appears that Josh Donaldson has been removed from the game. Adrianza coming in to replace him at third base. We have JP Morosi live on site at Target Field. We know he's efforting more information on that. Eugenio Suarez will lead off the second for the Reds. First pitch swinging high in the air to right field. Waiting for it is Kepler. Quickly 1 down. All right, so you remember how I told you guys to download the Rally app presented by BetMGM so you can make live predictions on every at bat for a chance to win prizes? What's going to happen in Moose's at-bat here? Smoltzy, A, strikeout, B, home run, C, an in-play out, or D, he just simply reaches base?
D. You got to pick.
I'll go B, home run for the Moose.
It's not a bad call. He's one of the better left-handed hitters on changeups, and we know that Barrios has a really good changeup, but Moustakas definitely can hit a changeup.
Fouls that one back, 1-1. So Smoltzy's going on base. I'm going home run, which I know is counterintuitive given the reverse splits that you talked about with Jose Barrios, and as well as he's throwing the ball. But I'm going big here because I want the points. I want 16-10 on the board.
Oh, he missed his pitch.
Come on, Moose.
He missed his pitch.
All right. Okay.
In his career, Moustakas obviously made a living against right-handed pitching with the power numbers going way up.
So it's a 1-2 count to him. Dawson Wright in the commentary section going C, in play out. I have yet to see anybody select A, punch out. That bat is broken. Shallow right center field.
Oh,
wow, what a play by Marwin Gonzalez.
That could have got me on the board early. You wouldn't have caught me.
I would not have.
Oh, man.
I definitely wouldn't have been able to catch up to you like Marwin Gonzalez caught up to that. That's beautiful baseball.
Yeah, a big swing and a broken bat and going into that little triangle where the second baseman and the center fielder usually don't like. And you saw it live. A little bummed out that didn't take the lead on you, but that's the beauty of this game.
Don't worry, the Rally app is not going anywhere. Bring it back. We'll bring it back. Nice play, Marwin. What a lipper he's got going. Okay. Now Jesse Winker, who for a good stretch this season looked like the best hitter on the planet. That's how well he was going. But he's cooled off considerably, especially since the start of this month. An .095 average since September got underway.
10 of those 12 homers have come at the expense of starting pitchers, which you don't see very often, that he's been able to handle the starting pitcher. Well, he had his swing too. You're going to be aggressive early against a guy that's on his game in Barrios.
Barrios tied him up there a little bit. 0-2. Now, if you were to be asked, who's got the highest OPS in the National League entering September? Juan Soto would have been one of the first guests. You'd be right. He was first. But Jesse Winker was second behind Soto after July and August. That's how good he's been for a good stretch of the year. Takes ball one.
His manager said he can flat out hit, and he can hit for power, but September has been a struggle. As you see the numbers there, .095. He wants to get on the interstate. Get a 1 behind that, in front of that number.
Count even 2-2. David Bell says he's a natural hitter, Jesse Winker. 2-2, 2 away. Barrios staying outside or missing outside. And now we're full. There's ball 4 to Winker. 2-out walk. That spoils the perfect game for Barrios.
And there's that changeup. We hadn't seen many yet, and he went to it on 3-2, which I always find is you got to have a good feel. If you haven't shown it, I know you get some practice throws before the inning starts, but he's the guy that's got really good feel with that pitch, and he went to it on the 3-2, thinking Winker would just come out of his shoes swinging.
And now Nick Senzel. I'm excited to watch Senzel here tonight in the 7th spot, the center fielder, playing his 21st game of the season. Oh, that was gross. Berrios, strike one. Second overall pick in 2016, was drafted as an infielder, and just to put it plainly, he has not been dealt the best of hands to start off his major league career. Health has been an issue. Turns on the 0-1, that's yanked foul. Changing positions, going from the infield to the outfield. Shoulder surgery, vertigo, ankle, hit with a foul ball in the eye. You name it, he's had to deal with it already. Still just 25 years old. Celebrated that birthday at the end of June. But David Bell says we're a better team with him in the lineup, even if he's not 100%, which he's getting close to that now. He's basically there, trying to get his strength back. Missed a month. The 0-2 waved at. And there's a strikeout to end the second. The third K of the game for Berrios. Some conversations with him and Winker. And we're going to the bottom half with Polanco starting things off.
Votto with the drive into left field. Joey Votto will touch them all. Number 8 for Votto in a 1-0 Reds lead. Here's a drive to right field. Kiss it goodbye. Second home run of the day for Votto. He had one in game 1. His 9th overall here in game 2. 960th career RBI. That ties the great Barry Larkin for 5th most in Reds history.
2-0 Reds, 3rd inning.
Center field. Hit well and goodbye, baby. 3rd home run of the game for the Reds in a 3-0 lead. Votto now double-digit in the home run category with 10.
3 solo home runs. The Reds are saying, don't forget, we like to go deep too.
Leadoff base runner for the Reds. Votto stands in.
Into left center field. And Votto off the wall. Akiyama rounding 3rd, heading for home. Here comes the relay throw to the plate. And it gets away, and the Reds have played add-on. Votto with the RBI double.
Boy, Joey hit the ball hard tonight.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz and John Morosi on site at Target Field. I am Steven Nelson. Still in the early goings between the Reds and Twins. Minnesota fighting for home field in the wild card round in a division crown. The Reds just trying to punch a postseason ticket officially. And we have a special guest, Smoltzy, Rich Hill, joining us on headset. Sir D Mountain, thank you for joining us, man. How are you feeling?
Hey, how you guys doing? How's everything going? I'm trying to keep an eye on the foul ball and also you guys. So
no, focus on the action, Rich. That's for sure. I'm going to let the Hall of Famer start you off with a question, because if we're going to be honest here, Rich, when preparing for this game, John Smoltz actually was getting ready to watch you today. He was that excited to watch you pitch.
Yeah, that's another story. I'm very forgetful, unfortunately, on who I. But today's the anniversary of the first ever Tommy John surgery, and I know that I've had it, and you're coming back from it. And just tell us what that process was like for you.
yeah, actually, I'm coming back from primary repair surgery. So I had Tommy John surgery, or UCL replacement surgery, in 2011, and last year, actually not so long ago, actually in October, I had UCL tear in the proximal side of my elbow, and we ended up doing what is called a primary repair surgery, where we Dr. Dugas, Jeffrey Dugas in Birmingham, reattached my UCL on the proximal side and the back side of my elbow, and laid over it this they've been using this kind of fat fiber for quite a while, but as it's been described to me, it's almost like super stitches. So they place that over the top of the UCL, and my recovery time, I was throwing off of the mound in about 4 months.
Wow. Rich Hill joining us here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. 2-2 count to Polanco. Lifted into center field. Senzel's got a beat on it, though. Hey, Rich, you turned 40 in March. Nelson Cruz also 40.
Right.
I'm just wondering what it's like for you to watch a fellow 40-year-old do what that guy does on a baseball field every day.
Right, yeah, and I think, obviously, I think John can relate to this as well, playing into your career, into your, later in age, is that you got to continue to keep up with your routine and make sure that you're doing all the proper things that you're supposed to do by getting into the weight room, getting into the training room, and taking care of yourself on a daily basis. Very early on in my career, I learned from John, one of your former teammates, Greg Maddox, that his piece of advice, one of many, was to make sure you know what you want to do the day before you get to the ballpark. And that really was a great piece of advice, because it really sets you up on how to be ready to conduct yourself every single day at the ballpark, and make sure you're doing what you need to do to take care of yourself, to put yourself and also the team in the best position possible to win. So that's, watching Nelson do that on a daily basis, and watch myself, it's just something that there's the longevity of a career. When you see guys playing into later in their career, there's really no hidden secret except for putting in the work. And when you put in the work, you're going to reap the benefits of it. And that's something that, the both of us obviously have done.
On that note, everybody's had to make major adjustments this year. What major adjustments have you had to make because of the circumstances that we're playing under, that you were able to actually get done, or might be harder on you?
Yeah, well, I mean, one, coming back from pretty major surgery and about 8 months, I could have been back in 6 months if we're planning on coming back in June 1st. Obviously with the COVID shutdown, was able to join the team and be part of the team right away as the season restarted. But one of the major challenges was being at home with my wife Caitlin, and our son Bryce was throwing into a net the entire time while we were in that shutdown. So really a lot of the the rehab and the throwing programs I was doing on my own. And then as we got into it a little bit more, we were doing Zoom calls for bullpens with a lot of the staff here and medical staff with the Twins. So it was something that was very unique and different from the approach of social distancing and understanding the importance of being mindful of the situation.
Rich, we're going to go rapid fire with you since there are 2 outs. Made the Cut is asking in the YouTube live commentary section, Rich, who has the nastiest knuckleball among the pregame warm-up crew?
Geez, I don't know. Is Calvin Schiraldi? I don't even know if he had a knuckleball. I don't even think Calvin's in there.
And then the last one, for Sports Gaming Universe, how's the adjustment been in Minnesota? You're number 1 with Kenta.
Say that again. I apologize. Say that. Kenta's been amazing. Fly ball as it's coming down. The adjustments that he's made has been unbelievable for this year, and it's obviously we're seeing that in the results.
All right, Rich, the inning's over. That means your job with us is done. We appreciate every chance we get to talk with you, so thank you.
Good luck, man.
Hello.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
As we say goodbye, it's just for a brief moment. We're through 2 at Target Field.
And now here's Byron Buxton starting the Twins' third. To center field and deep. Robert going back. Leaping, and he does not make the play and crashes into the fence. Buxton, who nearly had an inside the park home run last night, will have one tonight. And the game is tied.
He wasn't even running as fast as he could until he hit second base, and then all of a sudden that elite speed kicked in.
The helmet came flying off before third, and scored very easily. 1-2 pitch, a drive to left field and deep. Back it goes, deep it goes, down the line. That is fair and gone, a home run. For the second time this season, Byron Buxton has homered in 3 consecutive games. A blast down the left field line. That's number 11.
He knew it off the bat. The only question was whether it was going to stay fair or foul. Kept the at-bat alive. He fouled off some tough pitches and then got a hanging breaking ball, and he didn't miss it.
So the batter's going to be Byron Buxton. 3 straight games with a home run.
He got another breaking ball, and he did the same thing with it. A home run to left. Buxton's got 2 today, and the Twins are back in front. 12 home runs for Buxton in 109 at-bats.
So we got a lot of interesting things going on in this YouTube broadcast. Another unique aspect, our interactive polling feature, which allows you to offer a multiple choice response to questions posed in the chat box. Stay tuned, as the results will be revealed and discussed later in the broadcast. First poll question, as Jose Berrios is back out there: who will win Cy Young in the National League? Is it Trevor Bauer? We saw McGregor walking off the mound yesterday. Corbin Burns of Milwaukee, who we hope is healthy, as he exited his last start early and went on the injured list. Yu Darvish or Jacob deGrom, the 2-time winner?
I love everybody on that list, but
there's a base hit from Freddie Galvis to start off the top of the 3rd.
Bauer's going to win, and it won't be close.
It won't be close?
No.
Why do you say that?
He's dominated every statistical category, and he's done it in a fashion where, you know, keeping his club alive. More than likely, they're going to make the playoffs. Jacob deGrom's awesome, and I think Corbin Burns got hurt a little bit by leaving that start, early the other day. Max Fried was on an unbelievable run, and you have to pitch innings. The most important stat this year
is innings.
Because of the way this season was going to be played. If you pitch innings, your value to your team goes way up, and that's exactly what Mr. Bauer has done, and he did it on short rest a couple times.
A short rest, he told our Heidi Watney and Harold Reynolds in the pregame show that he feels that he's best operating that way, and the Reds are going to roll with that into the postseason. The 4-man rotation. And you were listening to explain it to Heidi and Harold, and you said, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. No, listen, we've gotten out of whack on a lot of things in baseball philosophy with pitching. So I'm not going to look at someone who thinks outside the box and has perfected the ability for him to stay healthy and throw. I'm going to tip my hat to him. Now, can everyone do it? No. No, but it works for him. He's the DeChambeau of the PGA.
I like that comp.
I mean, he basically knows his body. He knows what his brain has trained him to do, and you just can't make me not believe that this is not a trainable art that we have lost because of the economics, if you want, of trying to get the job done with many more parts, meaning many more arms to get 27 outs.
I'm not exactly sure where that one missed. Maybe a touch low to Barnhart. 2-2. Comes back with a fastball. Barnhart to left field, drifting, and
so here's my question to you.
Okay.
I know there's going to be a recession over time, because God knows when I was throwing 250, the guys before me were throwing 300, the guys before them were throwing 350. But somewhere along the line, what happened from the reduction of innings and the increase of injuries? So we've gotten smarter and stronger, but we haven't been able to figure out how to prevent injuries. And so something in the philosophy of what we're asking these young dynamic arms to do is not working past 4, 5, 6 years. It's working for short stints. And so, look, this is a guy that wants to pitch on 1-year contracts, whether he does or doesn't. If he does, more power to you. Tip your hat and you're like, wow. Wow is right. But think about that. So that's my big bone to pick, if you will, when I see Berrios does not, to me, fall in that category. He's not a max effort guy. He's an athletic guy that throws the baseball and manipulates the baseball. He can last, in my opinion, a lot longer than some of these flamethrowers.
So we wait for the 2-2 from Barrios. He checks back on Galvis. And to answer your question, without knowing what every pitcher, in particular those flamethrowers, are doing in the offseason, are they doing what Max Scherzer does, which is throwing constantly, or are they taking long stretches off? Because
no, what they're not doing is what Max Scherzer's doing is cardio. You know, he's in shape.
Right.
And he doesn't. Max Scherzer doesn't look like he's bodybuilding.
No.
And that, to me, the training and the strength and the ability to throw a ball through a brick wall has never been greater. But with that comes sacrifices, and that sacrifice is the long-term health of a lot of these guys. And so we've dumbed it down to think that, oh, you can't throw 100 pitches because that's the answer. Wrong. Oh, you can't throw 180 innings because that's the answer. Wrong. We've come up with, you know, what we think is fancy answers to try to fix the problem when we're not going to the root of the problem in the development of these arms. And it starts in the minor leagues. How many A-ball pitchers have pitched this year? That's a huge jump. And I understand this year is a kind of a...
It's very unique.
Very unique.
It'll be an outlier in the grand scheme of the game.
But if you want to talk about why some of the 3 true outcomes are happening, it's because locating the baseball has not been great. But missing bats has been great. Giving up home runs has been great. So there's your walks, strikeouts, and homers.
3-2, grounded over to second. Galvis advances, but there's one down. Let's look a little closer at Jose Barrios, thanks to StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, and specifically Smoltzy, the curveball.
It's just filthy. I mean, that's a pitch that, you know, is so easy when it comes out of his hand. He's got that lower kind of funky arm action. He's just, he's a guy that looks very athletic, and it looks like he's playing catch with the catcher. Early in his career, he struggled with command, and he had a high ERA, and he was giving up a lot of runs. And you saw what he did early on. He's a rhythm pitcher, so early on, this fragmented season probably didn't connect with his mechanics. Once he gets connected, he's been good. I mean, his last 2 Septembers, I think he's 8 or 9-0 if you add up the 2 Septembers. So that tells me he can smell the finish line, and he's ready to kind of give another go in the postseason.
Lineup turned over for Cincinnati. Shogo Akiyama, the leadoff man, with the runner in scoring position. Freddie Galvis started this inning with a single. Still scoreless in this MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. I'm Steven Nelson with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz and J.P. Morosi there at Target Field. The 0-1 bounces in there for a ball. Akiyama's last 14 games, .473 on base percentage. Just the Cincinnati lineup has not been clicking on all cylinders consistently this year, but it appears some of the main pillars are starting to put it together recently as they've made this run toward the postseason. 9-2 their last 11 games. Akiyama, fly ball in the center field. That is a can of corn to Buxton. Freddie Galvis thought about tagging. He will not. So Josh Donaldson is not out there for the Minnesota Twins. J.P. Morosi joins us. Do you know why?
Yes, Stephen. Josh Donaldson has left tonight's game with a right calf cramp. Notable, Stephen, that he missed 30 games earlier this year with a right calf strain. So again, for now, the team is calling it a right calf cramp. He's considered day to day, but of course, with just 2 days left in the regular season, Stephen, any news of this kind concerning for the Twins?
Yeah, the calf is not for no position player and no pitcher. You just can't. That calf is something you don't want to mess with. He's had that injury before, and you get nervous when you're a player and you start feeling that same area, because that is so vital. Push off drive as a pitcher, push off drive as a hitter. And I would say they're going to, I'm sure they're erring on the side of caution.
Adrianza came in to take his spot at third base. There's Galvis on second. He's hoping to score, come home and score the first run of the game. And Castellanos, can he get the job done? Count is 1-0 to him. Barrios' 40th pitch in there for a strike.
Yeah, that's where he wants to pitch it. That's where the struggles come in for Castellanos since August 8th. You see the numbers. He's a good high ball hitter. Loves the ball up, and the angle of which Barrios is attacking him will give him continuous struggles if he can't stay off that low pitch.
Ball 2. So we're at the point where you can kind of compare splits for Castellanos from his run with the Cubs. And we got a similar sample size now with the Reds. 51 games with Chicago, now getting close to 60 in Cincy, but 225 plate appearances in a Cubs uni, 312 average, and an OPS just north of 1,000. His K rate at 20.8. Now with the Reds, after signing that 4-year $64 million contract, now 232 plate appearances, average below 230, OPS below 800. Fouls off the 2-1 were level, and the strikeout rate has jumped a bit. Contact rate lower. Now he's hitting balls harder this year. I mean, a lot has to do with that blistering start that you just talked about on the screen.
Well, 2 strikes has been a struggle for him of late. Every hitter who goes through a funk, they'll take a broken bat bleeder, a jam shot, hit, whatever it takes sometimes to reset the brain, because you feel like when it's going bad, you're always up there with 2 strikes, or you're hitting balls right at people.
You wonder if Barrios will hit him with that nasty curve here with the 2-2. Nope, but he missed away. 3-2.
So Barrios really doesn't have a traditional slider. He has that breaking ball. The slider gives Castellanos a lot more fits than the curveball. He's able to stay on the curveball based on his swing path.
Castellanos calls for time.
He might drop a 3-2 changeup here. That would be a interesting pitch selection.
It's not in the rally yet, but let's see if it happens, Smoltzy.
Oh, break ball.
4th strikeout for Barrios. The leadoff single to Galvis. No harm done. Now in the middle of the 3rd inning, we're still scoreless.
All right, Reds trying to protect a 4-1 lead in the 9th. And this one caught. A leaping catch at the wall by Brian Goodwin. Yet another record into the Reds books. Most strikeouts through 9 appearances. Trevor Bauer with 77 of them.
Fastball, strike 3 call. 3 up, 3 down inning for Bauer. He's retired 11 in a row.
Votto with the drive into left field. Joey Votto will touch them all. Here's a drive to right field. Kiss it goodbye. 2nd home run of the day for Votto. Barnhart, right field, and gone. 2nd solo home run off of Stever, and a 2-0 Reds lead. Hit well, and goodbye, baby. 3rd home run of the game for the Reds and a 3-0 lead. They will give the rookie Tyler Stevenson a chance. In the air, left field, hit pretty well. Tyler Stevenson, goodbye! Woo! Tyler Stevenson, a walk-off home run.
That's how things look outside Target Field on this Friday night. Download the new Rally app presented by BetMGM. You can make live predictions on every AB for a chance to win prizes. So if you haven't done it already, download the Rally app right now. That was pretty fun the first time we did it, Smoltzy.
Nothing fun about it when I didn't get that hit to drop, but I'm going to keep playing.
Yeah, so we're still tied at 0, and I didn't see anybody in the live commentary section get it either. So everybody's 0 for. At least in terms of the broadcast. Maybe the fans watching at home had some better luck. Max Kepler, leadoff batter, will lead off the bottom of the third in a scoreless game. And this MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. John Smoltz, John Morosi, Stephen Nelson with you. Final weekend of the regular season.
Here's a fun fact.
Oh, hit me with it.
At least this was a fun fact 2 years ago.
Okay.
Did you know that Mr. Kepler has the 3rd fastest home run trot? I don't know. Don't ask me who's got first and second. I just know he had the 3rd fastest home run trot.
I did not know that. I thought you were going to go his parents both ballet dancers. He's from Germany.
No. You can handle that.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's been done. That nail has been hammered enough. Tyler Mahle, for his 3rd inning of work, he's got 3 Ks up to this point. Speaking of strikeouts, Barrios ending the second with his 650th career strikeout. Thanks to the Minnesota Twins for pointing that out in the commentary section. On deck, Adrianza again for Josh Donaldson. If you missed JP Morosi's report, the last hitting right calf cramp for Donaldson. The 3-1, Kepler on a rope into right. So it was Kepler who led off the first with a walk, and eventually Minnesota loaded the bases with 1 out. And Byron Buxton and Miguel Sano both suffered the same fate. Punched out by Mahle, who gave a little subtle fist pump.
Yeah, he went to work. Look, they had the pen up. I mean, Cincinnati can't wait around for much. They're going to have to, attack each game until they get punched their ticket. But I'm telling you right now, this young man right here has made a major adjustment from a couple years ago and even a year ago, and he has turned it up and missing the barrels.
I mean, those 2 names below. Can we get that graphic one more time? Just in case people missed it. Because we were talking about the National League Cy Young conversation, and you said Trevor Bauer in a landslide.
Well,
Mets fans will argue, well, what about Jacob deGrom? As we show you the largest increase in whiff rates from last year to this year, Tyler Mahle jumping up.
Yeah. I mean, not landslide. It's just going to be a bigger margin than you would think, because I agree, just on the surface.
Because I think, well, not just deGrom, I think people in Braves country in favor of Fried would say, well, the quality of offenses faced in our division are better than what Bauer's been dealing with in the Central. I don't know. It's not like the Central's got a bunch of slouch offenses, but the top 2 in the league are New York and Atlanta.
No, I mean, there's a lot of skewed stats this year offensively, and from the pitching, there's been more blowouts than I can remember in a short period of time. And I think teams have kind of taken the approach that if the game got out of the way, then so be it. But what the East was supposed to be was pitching eccentric, and it really didn't turn in that way. And the Central was supposed to be hitting, and it didn't turn in that way. The Central struggles with the hitting, and this is not supposed to be the case. The Cubs have just gone dormant offensively, and they're going to have to wake up soon. The Reds haven't hit. Milwaukee hasn't hit. And St. Louis has kind of been hot and cold.
It's every team in the National League Central in the bottom 9 in terms of runs per game this year. But Trevor Bauer's also going to face the American League Central as well.
And Chicago White Sox are loaded with offense. Minnesota
Bomba squad
loaded with offense. Cleveland not so much until lately.
And listen, Kansas City and Detroit, I know people, it's an easy joke to make, but they showed this year in spurts that they're on the come up. And they could be an issue at times. So
no, look, if they're going to play the season, they're going to crown a championship. If they're going to crown a championship, they're going to give out awards. And the awards are going to be much different this year than they are as if you were to go the whole gamut.
I mean, we were talking before the broadcast about the American League MVP. I mean, good luck trying to pick out a winner in that league. I mean, you got legitimately 8 candidates. Adrianza turning on one off the wall. Kepler will round and score. Minnesota breaks the ice, and it's 1-0.
How many times do you see it in the game? A pitcher gets ready for a lineup. He does his homework against the starting 9. A guy goes out early. His replacement comes in and does this. Really? This is some things that you just can't figure out in the game of baseball. He comes off the bench and gets a huge double, driving in the first run in Donaldson's spot.
Spoken like a pitcher, the tone.
Hey, it's happened to me many times. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Who's this guy? What?
Well, you know him, but you didn't do your work on him, and you just kind of were ready for Donaldson from the right side, and here comes a left-hander. I'd be careful with this right-hander.
Now here comes Nelson Cruz. Ooh, tried to send that one to the moon. Strike one. Yeah, I mean, listen, preparing for Josh Donaldson, the bringer of rain, a different case study than here Adrianza.
Yeah, I'm going to go bringer of rain / sandstorm.
Yeah, you liked it. Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys had any other suggestions for the new nickname for Josh Donaldson, given his recent unique ejection, let us know in the live commentary section.
I still maintain, I know a lot was he got ejected for what he said, not what he did.
No, I mean, he got his money's worth.
Yeah.
The whole thing. Bottom of the zone, strike two. Malley's in front of Nelson Cruz. I'm putting on a Twins uniform has been a good thing for fans of Minnesota, but Nelson Cruz.
Absolutely. 25 home runs with 2 strikes since the start of last year. Most in baseball. He's going to have the most in that category in like just about everything you can think of when you're hitting that many home runs.
Malley likes to go up with the fastball, and Cruz hammers those typically. Just missed. Speaking of fastballs up, StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. 12 dingers.
Yeah.
For Nelson Cruz.
Yeah, he's so strong. I mean, he doesn't have to do much to get the ball to fly a long distance because he is so strong. And simple swing, simple approach, smart hitter.
Oh boy.
He starts with that open stance and then closes, you know, as he goes to attack the ball. So you would think you might be able to bust him inside, but he's quick enough. You got to get him to chase on those breaking balls. That's just like any other power right-handed hitter. Nelson Cruz would have a hard time against his teammates' curveball, that's for sure. But his teammates not out there pitching.
Malley checks on Adrianza, elevates on Cruz, but he misses too high. Ball one. Minnesota just took a 1-0 lead. Nelson Cruz seeks to add. Chopped foul. So Nelson Cruz, after turning 30, which is something a lot of regular humans struggle with. Oh, 30? Well, after that celebration for him, 352 home runs.
But see, and I'll bet you his swing hasn't changed or deviated either. He didn't hit a ton of home runs before 30, and after 30, he has absolutely belted them.
Malley goes back to second. Adrianza in safety.
And that's what brings me to the point, like some of these new age violent swings, how long can they last? You know, how long can the body uncoil like a Bellinger, violently like Harper, attack the baseball? And so it's a unique question to play out, as a guy like him has taken care of time because he's taken care of his body and hasn't really changed much.
Rich Hill kind of talked about that during our interview earlier, just watching what he does on a day-to-day basis to make sure he's in the lineup.
In fairness to everybody else who recognizes the obvious, he did test positive and he did pay a price and has proven that maybe he can do it without it.
Malley's 2-2, just missing.
So we can't lose sight of that, because that's the one thing that always is going to creep into other people as they value the guys who play it the right way, is how long. And so far he's answered that Bell the last couple years.
Facing a 3-2 pitch from Malley with a runner on second. Paint, strike 3. Malley gets him looking. Cruz does not like the call.
And Cruz is going to have a beef when he goes back and looks at it later. Won't be able to look at it now. It'll be after the game. That ball was off the plate, close enough. Tremendous two-seam action late. And a good presentation by Barnhart, even though umpires will tell you the presentation doesn't affect them. And in theory, it shouldn't. That's why framing to me is a little overblown.
Tyler Malley.
And I'll explain later when we come back.
All right, we have Michael Lorenzen and his hulking physique entering the game for the Cincinnati Reds here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Kind of reminds me of me when I was young. Not really.
On this date in 1986, the Astros needed just one victory to clinch their 2nd division title. They sent their ace to the mound, Mike Scott.
To feel great about his ball club right now. And they can put a banner right up next to that 1980 Western Division Championship banner with a win this afternoon.
Ball 2 and strike 1 to Maldonado. And he popped him up. Nothing doing top half of the 1st inning here at the Astrodome. Here's that 2-2 pitch. And he got him. That's the 3rd for Scott. Swing and a miss.
3 up and 3 down as we're in the middle of the 4th inning at the Astrodome. No balls and 2 strikes. Listen to the crowd. They're in on it now. They know what's going on. He got in. Strike 3. Mike Scott has struck out the side. What a game Mike Scott is throwing on clincher day.
That'll do it. No hitter going here for Mike Scott. Fly ball to left center field. And Scott still has the no-hitter going. He has it going through 8 innings.
Oh, boy, what drama, Gene.
2 outs. Nobody on. Top of the 9th. Scott has not given up a hit. There it is.
Speaking of clinching, as we welcome you back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube from Minnesota, the Twins and Reds. Cincinnati can clinch a postseason spot with a victory over Minnesota tonight, along with the Philadelphia loss to Tampa Bay. And if the Brewers were to drop 1 game in the doubleheader to St. Louis, Milwaukee took game number 1. Michael Lorenzen, the right-hander, comes into the game in relief of Tyler Malley. And it's rally app time. John Smoltz, lock in. What's going to happen in Eddie Rosario's AB? Strikeout, home run, in play out, or on base?
In play out.
I will go D, on base. Get your picks in now. Rally app presented by BetMGM. Live predictions for every AB.
I'd love to see from an in play out, then have 4 different ways for the out for a point differentials, like fly out, ground out, line out.
You are all the way in.
I'm gonna make this thing.
If you don't know this about John Smoltz, folks, yes, he's a Hall of Fame pitcher. That you knew. He is perhaps the most competitive human I've ever met in my life.
I love competing.
Like if I were to say, let's draw something now.
No, I can't draw. So
you pass on that. Okay. If I were to say, Smoltzy, let's play tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah, he's right.
And you better give me your best. Don't be like.
I would take it easy.
I don't like people who don't try or think
that
it matters.
That ain't me. The 2-1 to Rosario. There's strike 2. Now Lorenzen's last 2 appearances, both starts, and both resulted in Reds victories. One against the Pirates and another against the Chicago White Sox. He's looked good his last 2 turns out.
Well, he's a weapon for the Reds until they had the DH used this year, right? I mean, this guy can rake, play the outfield.
He was, especially with the two-way player qualifications, he was certainly bummed about it. He took it out on the bench rack, so the pull-up rack. I mean, there are videos that you could find on YouTube of this guy's workout, and it's different. The 3-2. Rosario stays alive.
You're going to win this one.
Well, don't do that reverse jinx thing.
No.
Because I said on base and now you're feeling some type of way. Come on.
That was the one pitch that I thought he'd get the ground out in, but it's all right. You can take a small lead. We got 3 more opportunities.
This is true. If you're just hopping on to YouTube or YouTube TV, first, welcome. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. He's John Smoltz. I'm Steven Nelson. We have JP Morosi on site.
I'm questioning how in play out's only 194 points, but a strikeout is 670. What is that?
In the age, well, listen, take that up with the rally app.
I guess I got to look at the points before I make my.
Well,
really? That's the big difference, by the way. I've never seen a difference that big.
Well, because it's ground out, fly out, and foul out. There's so many other choices.
There we go. Smoltz takes the lead.
Get down.
Can't root.
Sorry. That was unprofessional and unbecoming. It's a mistake that
I, on the other hand, can root.
Smoltz is on the board. He in front, but that's a nice start to Lorenzen's night, getting the second out of this third, an inning in which the Twins struck first thanks to an RBI double from Ejer Andrianza. Byron Buxton struck out in the first inning.
Who caught that? Shortstop?
We were too busy.
I know. Didn't even pay attention. But that's nothing.
I think it was Akiyama coming in. I swear we're professionals. Buxton holds off.
See that
ball.
I told you I was going to talk to you about the framing thing.
Yeah, finish that thought.
Well, there's a perfect example of, set up inside, ball looked and presented itself for a strike, but the presentation to go get that ball, he had no choice but to reach over to get that ball, but it fell in the strike zone.
Buxton hit hard and swinging foul.
But my point is, it's hard to be a good framer if you don't have good pitching, right? They kind of go hand in hand. How do you make mediocre pitching or bad pitches look like strikes? So it's still an art. I get it, and some are going to be better than the others. I totally get that, but you still got to have the dudes on the mound that are going to help you, because you can't frame that last pitch that was. He set up in.
He's reaching across, and even though, according to the zone box that you see on the screen, which by the way is not an official thing, it's just more of a guideline to work within, it looked like a strike there, but because he's going across his body like that, you're not going to get a call. 2-1 comes up and in on Buxton. He gets out of the way.
And in the same vein, it's kind of the same thing that used to irk me when they talk about defensive runs saved or the best deep team. Like, you can't do that on a bad pitching team. Your pitchers are going to help your defense because you're positioned in a place where your pitchers are making them hit it. It's not random luck that you just happen to be positioned perfectly.
Well, now they got cards for.
I know, but you show me a bad staff that has a great defensive run saved or whatever defensive run.
In any metric.
Yeah. They're not going to happen. And so the Cubs were the perfect example. Like when they won the World Series, they were the best defensive run save team or. In baseball, and then the next year, what happened? Same players, and they were like 20th. Well, their pitching staff wasn't as good the next year, and so some of these stats sometimes get a little overblown by thinking there's a magic wand to put somebody where you need to put them, and that's why you're a better defensive team than everybody else.
3-2 pitch to Buxton. Michael Lorenzen feeling it. Strikeout ends the third, but Minnesota did strike. With that man off the bench and putting Minnesota on the board. 1-0 Minnesota at the end of 3.
We're in the bottom half of the 7th inning of Game 2 of the best-of-5 of the American League Division Series. Ground ball, base hit into left field, on the RBI single by Alfonso Soriano, and the Yankees lead it 2-1.
A thriller by Godzilla, hit it in the upper deck. A 2-run Matsui home run.
And the Yankees have won it. They go to the American League Championship Series.
Right field, right to John Jones. Here comes Jeter. The throw, cut off, the relay, swing. The Yankees win.
And that's a 5th consecutive hit. And Cairo comes home with the 3rd run.
And for the 2nd straight year, the Twins are done in 4.
There's Bedlam in the Bronx as Alex Rodriguez has tied this game in the 9th inning. And it is gone! Mark Teixeira walks off with a laser down the left field line. And the Yankees are playing long ball in Game 3.
Ball game over. American League Division Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent. A Friday night in the Twin Cities for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Let's check in on our first poll. The question was, who will win National League Cy Young? And John Smoltz, the viewers followed your lead, 56%, saying Trevor Bauer, National League Cy Young. And I got to be honest, if I had a vote, I would vote for Bauer as well. I don't have a vote, neither does Smoltzy.
No, it was close for a while, and his last, I mean, even though DeGrom struck out 14 against the Rays, Bauer has just been.
Yeah,
incredible.
You get into that territory with, you can acknowledge that Jacob DeGrom is the best pitcher alive right now. Just like you can say Mike Trout is the best player alive right now. But are they the most valuable? Have they been the most outstanding this year? That's up for debate. We got Joey Votto against Jose Berrios here at the beginning of the top of the 4th inning. Minnesota scoring in the bottom of the 3rd to take this 1-0 lead. Votto finishing up his 14th year with Cincinnati. Takes ball 3.
He really has a unique ability. I know that. I just think this guy has been an unbelievable hitter, and don't know what the rest of the career is going to be, but it's worthy of Hall of Fame considerations when you think about what he's been able to do and get on base at an incredible rate.
He does here with the leadoff walk. Now Cincinnati's trying to clinch a postseason spot. This postseason picture, it's changing not just by the day, but seemingly by the hour. JP Morosi, can you update the viewers?
Well, Stephen, let's start in the American League Central. The news is not good for the Chicago White Sox. Of course, they're a game behind the Twins right now. The White Sox now trail their crosstown rival Cubs 5-0. Home runs already tonight by Schwarber, Contreras, and Baez. So the Twins in a strong position now in the American League Central. Now, the results for the Reds so far in progress are somewhat neutral. The Cardinals lead the Brewers. That's good news for the Reds. But also the Giants lead the Padres 5-1. That's bad news for the Reds. And then the Phillies, whom they want to lose, are tied. So that's neutral news there. One last note on the National League, though, overall. I'll make this point. In Game 2, the Giants will face Dinelson Lamet, who for now is probably the Padres' best starting pitcher. I say for now because Mike Clevenger is probably going to be unavailable for a while. A right posterior elbow impingement, had a cortisone shot today. Stephen, his availability for October very much in doubt.
Yeah, that's a wow, and hopefully the cortisone does its magic And he's able to return because the San Diego Padres have magic this year, and they have energy, and they have a dynamic core of young players that going into this season, San Diego and Cincinnati were the two favorite picks to be an upstart team that could make the playoffs and kind of cause some problems if they got in.
0-2. Suarez ripped to third. Adrianza with the leather. One down. Yeah, and listen, I don't want to hear ahead of schedule for whether it's San Diego, whether it's the Chicago White Sox. They have both shown this year that there's a good look. That's an awesome look down the line. Shouts to the crew. 106.5 off the bat, right into the mitt of Adrianza. They have shown this year that they have the capacity to make a run. And you just simply don't know. You want to say the odds are they'll be back for years to come, but you don't know in this game. So to maximize such a run, you want to be healthy, and the Padres getting news on Mike Clevenger with the right elbow impingement. Thanks again to JP for that report. Eloy Jimenez is day-to-day with a foot sprain for the Chicago White Sox. So one of their best and most consistent bats on a slumping team now is now out of the lineup. Now they're in the postseason for sure. So these are all the little pieces and bits of news that you have to monitor going into the playoffs. And it's not like we haven't seen teams limp into the postseason and then get it done. But Mike Moustakas hit well into center field. Buxton going back, makes the jump, but cannot make the catch. The Moose is loose, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati.
Oh my, I bet you Buxton's kicking himself thinking he jumped a little too early. One of the most athletic center fielders. The Moose. Watch where this ball goes. Outer half, and Barrios is trying to bend and hope that that ball stays in the yard. But I'm telling you, I think Buxton, when I saw it live, he kind of jumped too early. He didn't get back there quite as fast as I thought. And then right there, he kind of jumped. See how far he had to float? I'm telling you, he missed. He had that. And he's going to catch that 8 out of 10 times.
And I was just going to say, that speaks to the unreal nature of Byron Buxton as a baseball player, in that when plays like that happen, you're almost you expect him to come down with the ball.
If someone asks him after the game, he's going to say, I should have caught that. And that was a homer.
So now 2-1 Cincy.
Almost a great play. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't. I think the ball carried a little farther than he thought because he didn't get back to the wall fast enough. He was gliding when he got back there, and so gliding and jumping is going to be a much more difficult task than if you're back there timing it, see it, and go up and get it. Back to back homers I robbed in BP is my biggest claim to fame.
It's not the Buston.
No.
Cooperstown.
Back to back. Like, you know how hard that is? You rob a homer.
So you're
in BP, you're ragging your teammate to do some push-ups or bench presses. You go back to your position, very next pitch, you rob him again.
Who was the teammate?
I want to say Andrew Jones, but I'm not for sure.
Go with Andrew Jones. It's a better story. It's a better story. People know the name.
Yeah.
Winker strikes out.
Oh, I used to love shagging.
So it wasn't the strikeouts, wasn't the wins.
No, man.
It's back-to-back home run robbery for you as a.
It's hard to do.
Shag.
Now I had 21 years to try to accomplish it, but.
Hey, listen, you got it done.
And then one more quick story. The greatest catch I've ever seen would be by a guy you would never, ever guess. He's another broadcaster on the West Coast of a team we've already mentioned, the San Diego Padres. Mudcat. Mark Grant in Old Candlestick with the chain link fence. He timed it, climbed the fence, got one leg over, and robbed it like a video game. And I'm screaming. That's the greatest catch to this day I've ever seen. What is it in Japan? They have that famous catch where he climbed the wall. This was better.
What?
This was a chain link fence.
How is there not video of this?
It was in the Stone Ages. That's why it was 100 years ago. But anyways, for Mark Grant, mad props.
Oh, I'm going to clip this out. I'm going to send it to Mudcat on the old medias of social, and
he'll love it
through the back channels. Maybe Matty V will pass it to him. All right, 2-1 the count now to Nick Senzel.
And the thing about it, he stayed up there for like 30 seconds, waving the ball back and forth.
As he should. Senzel pulls the hands inside, but a soft liner over to Polanco to end the fourth. But Mike Moustakas, with a runner on, brings Joey Votto home and puts the Reds in front. To the bottom of the fourth we go on the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube.
Watching the ALDS between the Minnesota Twins and the New York Yankees. Mark Teixeira has hit a 2-run homer. New York, after winning those first two at Target Field, looking for the sweep. And the New York Yankees are on their way to the American League Championship Series.
That's how the game begins. And the Twins take the fastest 1-0 lead you can take. It is high, it is far, it is gone. It ties the game.
Aaron Judge with a 2-run homer. The Yankees win the wild card game. They beat the Twins 8-4.
Torres comes through. He hits a smash off the glove of Sano down the left field line.
Grand slam, Gregorius.
Yes, indeedy. Steve right 3. Ball game over. American League Division Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees sweep 3 straight games from the Twins. The celebration is on, and the Yankees move on ahead to the American League Championship Series.
Get ready for a postseason unlike any other. 16 teams in the dance. It's going to get wild. It's going to get weird, and you're going to love it. The MLB postseason begins Tuesday. Go to MLB.com/postseason for the full schedule. 2-1 Cincinnati in the bottom of the fourth inning.
Wednesday, I'm going to need an IV. There's 8 games on Wednesday.
I know. You're not going to move an inch.
Oh. Taking notes.
I'll be on MLB Network with our favorite madman Al Leiter for 4 hours. Pray for me.
Oh my gosh.
Here's the 1-0 to Sano.
What time?
6 to 10.
Okay, so he'll be overamped early.
Yep.
He'll need a pick me up around 9. You'll have to carry the show from 9 to 10.
That's okay. Actually, that 1 hour might be the only time I get a word in edgewise with that. He's John Smoltz. I'm Steven Elson. We have JP Morosi on site at Target Field for this, our last MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube of the season. 60 games have come and gone real quick. Sano, strike 2. So as we hone in on the Twins first baseman, exit velo by zone. John Smoltz, you are always looking at these heat maps for players. What do you learn when looking at Sano's?
Well, I'm fond of the I break down when I'm doing these getting ready for these games. I use the quadrants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the boxes.
Yep.
I'd be trying to get it to number 2.
Yeah. Just live
where it
there.
says 0.
Yeah.
You know, I know we're in this era of exit velocity, and certainly there's guys who can mash the baseball. I want a composite. I know we've talked about this. I want a composite score. I don't want to cherry pick the exit velocity ones that I know on a bad pitch he hit 110 miles an hour, but then struck out 65 times in between. I want to see a better composite, and I know Statcast is working on it. They've got it. You're going to see guys like DJ LeMahieu. You're going to see those kind of hitters that know how to barrel up the ball,
right,
and not swing and miss so much. So, you know, it's easy to fall in love with the sexy numbers that happen randomly, and then think that happens all the time. Well, it really doesn't.
The 3-2 pitch, Sano just misses.
My point is the average exit velocity does not take into account a swing and a miss.
Yeah,
it should have a 0.
It's hard, but I think that's the beauty of where we're at now, whether with StatCast powered by Google Cloud, all the advanced analytics, is that we're learning as we evolve here and how to better measure what guys are doing on a baseball field. Sano speaks to this era of the 3 true outcomes.
But when we show highlights, what do we show?
Exit 115 miles per hour off the bat.
Guy could go.
Acuna Jr. going 495 feet.
The idea of a perfect game today is go 1 for 4 with a homer and 3 strikeouts. Like that could be. We don't show the 3 strikeouts. We show the homer.
Well, no. Well, you know, we'll throw the 3 strikeouts in the montage of the pitcher. So. Why I bring up 3 true outcomes for Sano is not to just harp on the fact that he hits homers, he walks, and he strikes out. Is the highest TTO percentage in the history of baseball, 58.9%. 58.9% of the time.
And so you know what I want to know?
It's high in the air. Go ahead, Smoltzy. What do you
what's the percentage in the 3 true outcomes that he strikes out?
Well, no, they have K rate for that. It's almost 3 times strikeouts versus homers and walks. So the context exists.
I get it, but the true outcome is a false. It can give you a false read if right, because the strikeout's not really good.
No,
but it's considered in the statistical category. Yeah, it shouldn't be good. Let's work on 2 true outcomes. Walk, homer.
Get it going. fire up the movement. 2 true outcomes. John Smoltz. Good effort by Votto to present that as a fair ball. It was not. Jorge Polanco, who has been praised by the coaching staff and his teammates this season for playing through some health stuff, making sure he's out on the field and producing, and so that's why they believe that his stats aren't reflective of the job that he's done in 2020. This is his 51st start of the season that is tied with Sano for the team lead. Lorenzen's 0-1 misses outside. So since appearing in the All-Star game in 2019, he's now played 120 games. His average 269, same amount of home runs, 13 as before the break last year. 56 driven in, OPS much lower.
Twins have they catch your attention when you're having to roll in and play the Twins, especially if you're a pitcher. You're like, don't make a mistake.
No. Lorenzen made Polanco look a little silly there with the 2-1. Now 2-2 the count.
But in all seriousness, when you're going through a stretch like the Twins are, can they just not play the Yankees to start out? I mean, they don't mind playing them later. They don't want to hear that storyline. They're done with that storyline.
No, and here's the 2-2. Soft grounder to left side. Tough play. There will not be a play. So an infield single for Polanco, and he's aboard. Smoltzy, we'll get back to your point, but right now I know you won't mind playing the Rally app once more.
I won't.
The Rally app presented by BetMGM. Live predictions on every AB. Let's do it for Mitch Garver.
Strikeout.
Garv sauce. You're going A right off the bat.
I hope the players don't get this tape. You know, we're just doing it to pump up the game. I'm not rooting for a strikeout here.
Mitch Garver, I'm going to say B. Home run. Garv sauce. I'm sprinkle it on this 4th inning.
Do neither of us have a point yet?
No, you got it.
Oh, that's what I thought. It's game over then.
So I'm going big.
Yeah.
You have 194 points. If I nail this, if Mitch Garver hits a dinger,
I got 23.95.
I know. Are you always trying to reach par fives too? Is that your approach?
Yes,
Go
I
for
do.
it all the time?
I do.
I like it then. Stay true to yourself.
Yeah. We've never played around together.
I know we need to. This would have been the perfect time.
I'm going to put that on you because you got more famous friends. So the big thing for Garver is not the Rally app presented by BetMGM. It's more fun for us. Right now, his focus is the fact that he and the Twins are down 2-1 in the fourth, but he's got a runner on first and one out facing Michael Lorenzen. Mitch Garver to left center. Did you? No, off the wall.
Wow, what a great call that would have been.
Second and third for Minnesota. Minnesota's feeling it. I was almost really feeling it.
So you could have controlled your excitement in the call too.
I could have, but I'm feeling the Rally app. I don't know what to tell you.
That was a breaking ball that stayed over the middle of the plate, and this one had a little too much topspin. Is the only reason it didn't go out. And right here, I think we couldn't see the runner, but I'm sure the runner was sliding in, and if he hadn't been sliding in, they kind of fumbled the relay, and that could have been a costly run given up by the Reds.
By the way, that would have been a home run in 9 other ballparks. Just saying. I don't get points on the Rally app, but I'm just saying. Marwin Gonzalez offers at the first pitch foul. No action in the Cincinnati bullpen. Lorenzen's going to have to work through some traffic here in the fourth. Second and third, you see the shift on the Twins' second baseman and number 9 hitter. Max Kepler awaits on deck.
Well, now we get a better view of seeing where this ball splits the gap, and now they know, the defense knows they got to get the ball in, and he makes the throw, but then here's where it kind of gets by and trickles down. And at this point right here, I think, all right, he held him up the whole way, and at that point it was too late. So we couldn't see the runner and what he had done when he got to third base.
It's Tony Diaz there at third with the hold sign on Polanco. Blocked by Barnhart. 2017 Gold Glove winner behind the plate for the Reds, helping out Michael Lorenzen.
Now what's interesting here, the 1-2 count, Marwin Gonzalez has had 75, I had to read this twice, 75% of his strikeouts, called strikeouts, are inside against right-handed pitchers.
That's interesting.
So they have a choice after throwing a breaking ball if they want to go inside with a fastball. They went up.
Went up, and they got him. 2 down.
Easy gas, just kind of flings it up there. Lower half is quiet. Biceps are huge.
You know, I've actually watched the last 2 times that Lorenzen's been out there, and he's showing you something if you're David Bell and the staff. Because again, we can highlight the rotation and the top 3 and the 4 with Malley, who started tonight's game, but in this postseason, no off days until the World Series. First pitch to Kepler, top of the zone for a strike. You're not going to see teams shorten staffs like we did with last year's champs, the Washington Nationals.
Exactly.
That's not happening.
You're going to see chaos in the first series, though. It's going to be Johnny Holstaff to get through, and then after that, it's the depth of the rotation.
It's like College World Series.
Yeah.
Kepler gets underneath it on the left side. Playable. And Suarez closes it. You heard the cry. That was from Michael Lorenzen, pumped up to get out of that little jam, and it remains 2-1 Cincinnati after the fourth.
kind of taking the pieces of the car apart, and I'm polishing them, cleaning them up, doing work on them, so when I put them back together, they work better as one. I'm able to feel them as individual parts, but they're all working together in sequence with one another, and that takes a lot of mental, mind to muscle connection. This is my career. I only have one shot at it, so I'm going to take advantage of every little thing I can. What else should I be doing? Nothing. This is what I want to do. We feel like this is our time. It's now or never, and we got to go out and get what we want instead of having to try and just come to us.
You want to check out the latest and greatest highlights from your favorite team? Then follow the Reds on YouTube. Search Cincinnati Reds on YouTube to see top plays, legendary moments, and behind-the-scenes access with your favorite players. So be sure to subscribe to the Reds YouTube channel and do it today. How about this quote from Dick Williams, who's the president of baseball ops for the Cincinnati Reds? This was on the 8th of September. I would be extremely disappointed if we don't make the playoffs. And I'm sure the players, staff, ownership, everybody had high expectations for this season. It's time to get out there and perform. I haven't been any happier any of the years with the results that we've had, but this is the year with the highest expectations in recent memory, so the disappointment will be far greater. I mean, the Cincinnati Reds, by most people's estimations, were the winners of the offseason, John Smoltz, with all the activity, matching 4-year, $64 million deals to Moustakas and Castellanos. They bring Akiyama in. And Wade Miley. It was not a smooth start. Now the updated postseason odds show as Freddie Galvis is turned on one, and this one is way gone. Kepler watches it go, and the solo home run pads the Reds' lead now 3-1.
Well, Galvis has some power. You see the head of the catcher drops because that ball didn't hit his mitt, and he knew where it was going. 26 home runs in his career off of right-handers on his fastball. None more exciting than that one. The one thing about this version of baseball is we get a chance to hear each dugout kind of erupt. And you could tell Cincinnati knows what they're playing for and how important this game and this series is.
Barnhart pops out. No question. I mean, there's definitely a sense of urgency, and the Reds have displayed that the last week and change.
And let's not forget, I mean, the goal is to get in the postseason. But we've talked about this. Don't think for an instant Minnesota's trying to just go through the motions. They want to win this division. They may not say it outwardly, but they want to win this division and avoid a first round with the Yankees.
And that's what you're getting at. I know. And as much as anybody associated with the 2020 Twins wants to say, well, what happened in 2004 doesn't matter, what happened last year doesn't matter. It's a thing for the Minnesota Twins. Akiyama shoots it down the line into fair territory. He's hustling for second base and sliding in safely with a one-out double.
This is part of the reasons too that Minnesota would like to have home sweet home. That's why right there, 23-5. Huh. The Yankees are built. They don't want to play anywhere else. They can. They should. They have to by law.
The .821 win percentage is mathematically, statistically, that's the best home winning percentage of all time. I mean, granted, 28 games, 29 tonight. Small sample size. But yeah, they have been really good at Target Field. For more on that, let's bring in JP Morosi. What's up, my friend?
Well, Steven, there's no question about it. The Twins and the Yankees, a long postseason history. Very little of it has been good for the Twins. A 16-2 all-time record for the Yankees over the Twins. That's the best winning percentage ever for any playoff matchup of at least 15 games, according to our own Keith Costas. But I would make this point as well, Steven and John, that if you miss the Yankees, the reward you get is facing the Cleveland Indians, which is not exactly an easy assignment right now based on the way that Jose Ramirez has been playing. As I've been doing my homework as an AL MVP voter, a lot of tough decisions ahead for yours truly. And by the way, 16-2, the inverse of that, 2-16 was my record over 2 years as a quarterback in high school, so I know what 2-16 feels like. That's not very good.
No, it is not. It is not. And I think to hammer home what JP's talking about, thanks, John Morosi, who's at Target Field tonight for us in the game of the week. It's a gauntlet no matter which way you slice it, no matter how the seedings fall. Getting out of that wild card round, that 3-game series, is going to be a tall task.
But here's how I look at it. Yes, the Cleveland Indians possess 3 great arms. But can they score enough against the Minnesota Twins, right? I mean, that's the push and pull. What you don't want to do is face a team like the Yankees in a 3-game series. You've got a better chance, and normally I wouldn't say this, you got a better chance in a best of 7. And the reason is because
there's a base hit into left field. Akiyama hustling home. He's there without a play. 4-1 Cincy. The Reds pad their lead in the 5th.
the reason is, real quick, with no days off, you're not facing Garrett Cole 3 times. You're going to have the depth of the roster in your starting rotation. So it's going to be fun any way we shake it out. And this is one of the breaking balls that stays in the middle of the zone. And even though he reaches out, he's able to stay back with his hands long enough to flick it out there in left field. And the speed gets the Reds ahead 4-1.
And if you're a fan of the Cincinnati Reds, you're well aware of how this team has been living and or dying with the long ball offensively, scoring runs that way. You know, a double followed by, you know, a base hit that turned into 2 bags for Castellanos. You're going to need to do more of that in October, because when you're facing 1s and 2s every single day, and you want to say if you're good at hitting home runs, you're good at hitting home runs, but you want another club in the bag. Well, see, we keep going to the golf analogies.
There's nowhere else to go.
Joey Votto takes the 0-1 inside, ball 1. So when I say the Reds rely on the home run, they really rely on it. They are really leaning on it. They lead the league in percentage of runs scored via the long ball. Strike 2 to Votto. 61.8% of their runs. That's the highest in the history of the game. You know, the Twins are, I mean, 10%, nearly 11% behind, but they're up there too. 51% for the Bumble squad. Joey Votto gets the hands out of the way right before that hit the mitt. So 2-2 the count.
Well, here's what's interesting to me. Over the last, I don't know, since 2004, when we've completed 162 games, understanding this year is different. I believe the Red Sox are the last team to finish inside the top 5 or 6 or 7 in strikeouts, right? Meaning most strikeouts. Every other team that wins championships, nowhere near that.
Speaking of strikeouts, there's a K for Barrios as he sends down Votto.
And so far, where we sit right now, what's going to be interesting to see is this an aberration this year? The Rays lead all of baseball in strikeouts. See that backdoor breaking ball. The Milwaukee Brewers are second, potential playoff team. The Cubs are third, playoff team. The Braves are fourth, playoff team. The White Sox are fifth, playoff team. You got to go down to get to the Reds at 11. And then the Twins are And they forget the Twins.
Here's Eugenio Suarez. Takes strike one.
Twins are 16th, so that's a pretty good number for them when you talk about their power. But when you get to the back end, the Astros, again, #1 in hardest team to strike out. The Nationals, of course, #2, but the Dodgers and the Padres and the Cardinals, interesting to watch how it translates in the postseason. If you can put the ball in play the most, usually you move on.
Castellanos, his ribby that scored Akiyama, snapped a streak of 19 straight runs via the home run for the Cincinnati Reds. Back-to-back Ks for Barrios, but he expresses his frustration into his mitt as the Reds tacked on some more. A home run from Galvis started off the 5th. Castellanos added another. And Cincinnati leads 4-1 on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube.
The Bomber Squad. It's something that we go around the clubhouse. We got the shirts made.
Bomber Squad. Bomber Squad for the BP.
It's something fun we like to call ourselves, and it's something that keeps us going.
So now let me get ready for a couple bombas later.
Garver a 2-homer night. Scope a 2-homer night. Save some for tomorrow. Twins have tied an all-time single-game Twins record with 8 home runs in one game.
And now we know why they call them the Bomba Squad.
Do it, Bomba Squad. I don't know where that came from, but definitely a good one.
3 straight home runs from the middle of the Twins lineup. 5 home runs for the Twins last night, and 5 more this afternoon.
Grand slam, Byron Buxton! And now the Twins have indeed hit for the home run cycle. They have a solo home run, a 2-run homer, a 3-run homer, and a grand slam here tonight.
Max Kepler has 3 tonight. His second 3-home run game in 9 days.
Gone! A walk-off for Sano! And the Twins win it!
That ball is gone. And the team's 307th.
Join the fun. Download the new Rally app presented by BetMGM, where you can make live predictions in every single at-bat during a baseball game and have a chance to win prizes. That sounds great, doesn't it? If you agree, download the Rally app right now. Our next poll question here on the YouTube Game of the Week. How many strokes would John Smoltz need to beat Bryson DeChambeau on the golf course? 5, 10, 15, infinite. Now, Smoltz, usually when you play with our colleagues here, you're the one having to dole out strokes. But facing the U.S. Open champion, how many do you think you get? How many do you need?
It's not 10.
No. Let's see how highly our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube audience thinks of your golf game.
You know what's interesting? That if I played most pros even, but had 2 putts at everything, they would not want to play.
Okay.
No, just 2 putts makes a huge difference.
Yeah, it does.
I wouldn't take strokes. I'll just take 2 putts.
I would rather have the 2 putts than the strokes too. I would too.
So I didn't catch you there.
No, you did not. Come on now. I've played enough golf in my lifetime to know better than that. 3-1 the count to Adrianza. Adrianza came into the game early. Josh Donaldson started the game at 3rd and in this 2 spot. And JP Morosi reporting it's a right calf cramp as that one is skied into center. As Nelson Cruz comes up, John Smoltz, let's look at the pitch sequence.
Well,
last time up.
This is getting it done in the quadrants that you have to. And look, I'm impressed by Malley and what he's able to do in changing directions and making the hitter uncomfortable with his stuff. And he got away with a pitch Well, he didn't get away with it. He made a great pitch that probably was a ball that got called a strike. But you have to pitch Nelson Cruz in quadrants. You cannot stay in one area. You just can't.
Keep the eyes moving.
You have to.
Yeah. So Cruz's numbers, any way you look at them, they look good. You want them in your lineup on your team. Now this stretch, I mean, this is the first time he's played in 6 days. I mean, 4 games off, 2 off days there, as he's hasn't been totally 100% healthy, but he's still hoping to become the first designated hitter and oldest player in MLB history to win the MVP. Smoltzy, you don't have a vote. John Morosi does, our colleague who's there at Target Field reporting tonight. How strong an argument, how strong a case does Boomstick have?
I mean, he's got a case. It's just you have to be so extraordinary to just be a DH over the guys that have great years and play defense too. It's no fault of his own,
right?
But that's just the plight of the position.
There's a strikeout. Lorenzen getting Cruz to swing and miss.
And I will say this: the ongoing, discussions or disagreements that people have about MVP is intriguing to me, because you could be the MVP of your team and not necessarily be the MVP of the league. But but
for the league and not your team. Right?
What Ramirez has done at the right time for the Cleveland Indians has to be taken into consideration as a bigger value.
And you're not saying because of recency bias. You're saying because of the gravity of the situation, the central race being tight down the stretch, these games matter.
They lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, since he got hot, they're in a playoff. But what Abreu's done with the White Sox and his ability, you got Abreu and Anderson.
Ramirez, Voit, LeMahieu, Shane Bieber, Ramirez's teammate, may have a case.
And I know there's going to be a lot of people, and I agree with them in New York, go, wait, without Luke Voit, where would the Yankees be? And that is just a great, I would love to see that played out in court and see each attorney represent their client to make the case, because they would have all a great case to make.
That sounds like that could be a fun television segment. Could be.
Should do it. Here at the network, we got to be careful which of our talent would be attorneys, though. Contempt of court, get kicked out real quick.
Oh, Rosario puts the bat out there and sends it to center field for a 2-out base hit.
That's what he does. He can make a great pitcher's pitch look ugly by his. It's not a hack. It's a controlled find the baseball. Watch where this pitch is. He gets his hands back, his legs already out, but then he's able to just kind of. This is a changeup, and so he gets him out in front. But because he can kind of hang in there and just olay it, he gets rewarded.
Second base hit of the night for Rosario. Byron Buxton. Maybe he's a future MVP, what he's shown lately. Buxton in the air to left field. Akiyama back at the track. Makes the grab.
What a job.
Job well done for Lorenzen. Rosario, Suarez exchanging pleasantries after 5 full innings at Target Field. Cincinnati's on top by a treat. That was good stuff. Go behind the scenes, watch exclusive interviews, and learn more about your favorite players on the Minnesota Twins YouTube channel. Head to youtube.com/twins and follow them today. The Twins are down in this MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube because of that man, Mike Moustakas. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Sending it into center, 410 feet, just out of the reach of Byron Buxton, who covered 105 feet trying to make the play. Needed 6 more to come down with it.
I'm glad you didn't ask me what the catch probability was of that.
New pitcher for the Minnesota Twins, taking over for Jose Barrios, Caleb Thielbar. Last appeared in Wednesday's 7-6 victory over Detroit. Came in at the start of the 9th inning with the Twins up 7-3. Now 2 runners to come on, and Sergio Romo came in. Both came home to score, thanks to Miguel Cabrera hitting a home run. But Twins closed it out with the victory, leapfrogged the White Sox into first place in American League Central.
Well, 4-seam fastball, only about 89 miles an hour. Curveball you just saw, and slider are his 3 pitches, more funky than velocity.
The lefty is fallen behind 2-0. If you don't know about Caleb Thielbar, John Palmarosi is going to introduce you to him.
Yes, Stephen. Caleb Thielbar, as of the winter, was an assistant coach at Augustana University, a small school here in the Midwest. And the Twins, though, had seen him pitch for Team USA last fall at the Premier 12 tournament, the Olympic qualifier. And I was actually there watching him pitch in Mexico. And I thought to myself, Stephen, this does not look like an assistant coach at Augustana University. With all due respect to the Augies, it's a good program, but he looked better than somebody that would be coaching as an assistant there in college baseball. So sure enough, the scouts saw him, the Twins signed him. He had some history here from this area, so he is now back in the major leagues. A simply incredible story.
Yes, it is, JP. Thank you so much. And after his first appearance with the Twins, emotional and talking about his wife and his family, and you felt that, Smoltzy, because listen, we know about the top prospects of the world, the top draft picks, the big time free agents, but there ain't just one road to get to the show.
No, that's
far from it.
That's a unique one too. I mean, that is pretty incredible when you think about. I mean, it's book worthy. I hope he writes a book.
5 years between big league appearances.
Hasn't given up a hit so far on his curveball this year.
3-2 to Moustakas. Just missed it. Moose puts his head down as Kepler makes the catch. So you heard from JP Morosi on site. I got John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer, with me. I'm Stephen Elson. Thanks for spending time on this Friday evening watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Last one of the 2020 season, as the regular season ends at the conclusion of this weekend, and then it's postseason time. But we look forward to next time we're all together here on YouTube watching baseball for free. Made the cut in the live commentary section. Pitchers like Thielbar are the salt of the earth, unsung heroes who eat the middle innings, helping their team save the higher octane arms. There's a perfectly placed pitch down and in on Winker for a strike. Twins shifting Winker. There's a hook that misses low. Winker's splits lefties versus righties. going from the righty end Berrios to now Thielbar. Pretty even. Identical on base percentage. A little bit more pop against the righties as one might expect. 10 home runs compared to 2 versus lefties. Winker hit hard right at Kepler.
Oh, wow.
That little slippage on the turf there in right. But 2 down. You can hear on the field mics. Above his head and hit the ground. All right, Smoltz, rally app time. Nick Senzel. What's your prediction?
On base. I don't even know what the numbers show. We got to see it on base.
I will say.
You better say something that can catch me.
I'm going to say in play out C. Make your picks right now, as you can do in this AB, in every AB on the Rally app presented by BetMGM. Make your pick, nail it, and you got a chance at some prizes.
Gonna have to talk to some people on this point allocations.
Oh, he did not hold up. So
I mean, we just talked about the 3 true outcomes being, you know, it's easier to strike out than it is to get a hit.
That's a fair point, right? Smoltz.
I love it. I love the fact that we're competing.
Yeah, no, that's it. I think my focus this one is to just call the play without being influenced by my rally play. Or my rally.
That's a difficult position they put you in.
It is. It's hard. Because listen, if I'm going to be in, I'm going to be all the way in. Rally app presented by BetMGM. So apologies to Twins fans or Reds fans who are like, I want objectivity.
We're having fun, folks.
We're having fun.
Hey, is this our last one?
Hey, or one more? Senzel. That looks like it's in play to me, John Smoltz. And that looks like an out to me as well.
And because of my point allocation, now you're winning because I only had like
you have the break to whine about it. All I knows is that I'm now ahead, and so are the Cincinnati Reds. It's 4-1 in the middle of the 6th.
The 1990 World Series, the underdog Reds versus the awesome A's.
It's going to go. You would think they just won the World Series. A third strikeout for Rio. And McGee hits it to O'Neill. The Reds have won it. That ball is fair. Cincinnati's ahead. 2 games to none. And what are the odds of Cincinnati being 2-0? Here we are in game 3.
The Reds have hit for the cycle in this inning.
It is 8-2. And these Reds are pounding that ball. And that's the way this one ends. And Cincinnati leads it 3 games to none. What a job they are doing on the Oakland team. And a high fly ball to right will put Cincinnati on top. The throw goes into second base, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati. Cincinnati, the champions of baseball for 1990, with an improbable sweep over Oakland.
You are watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, and a big part of this experience is YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Reds, the Twins, and a select group of YouTube creators. You can view the live game commentary on your computer, on your smart TV, on your mobile device, and we'll be keeping an eye on the discussion as well. I haven't been paying as much attention as I should, as I did the last time I was with you guys on the broadcast, but I am seeing Sports Gaming Universe with this compliment, what I'll read in a second. Smoltz,
come on, people.
You're not going to like, you don't like these results.
I qualified for the senior, come on, Champions Tour Senior Open.
36% of the viewers say you're going to need an infinite amount of strokes to beat Bryson DeChambeau, reigning U.S. Open champion. Smoltzy's got game. And you know what? He's going to go full Jordan. He's going to take this YouTube poll personally and grind all winter, and then he may challenge Bryson next year for all I know. I mean, he barely came back for the next inning because I beat him on the rally at the last time out because he's so mad about the point system.
How old is DeChambeau? In his 20s?
He's younger than you by a good amount.
Well, yeah, I'm 53. I hope so. Playing
27, Bryson DeChambeau. Ooh, just a touch high, I guess, from Lorenzen to Sano. 2-1.
Very disappointed. That's okay.
It's okay. Sports Gaming Universe, I'll say it now. The YouTube broadcast is exactly how the league should approach showcasing the league to younger generations. The focus on access to players is a great way to build personalities. Strike 2. So we thank you, one, for that, and also for tuning in. Made the cut agreeing, the fumble agreeing. Cincinnati Reds pointing out 12 outs, boys. Let's get them. Yeah, Cincinnati up 4-1 in the 6th. In order to clinch a postseason berth, they have to take care of their own business tonight. They do need some help. I'm going to check in with JP Morosi in just a second for an update on that and what's going on around the league and how it impacts these two teams that we're watching together on YouTube. Polanco on deck. The Bomba squad trying to light the fuse here in the 6th. Perhaps a leadoff walk does the trick. Now Polanco, who hustled out an infield single in the 4th, will dig in. All-star last season. 266 clip in 2020.
Good low ball hitter, as we said. Got to get him out top of the zone.
Lorenzen goes to the top of the zone. That's ripped right to Votto, who bats it down and reaches out to tag the base. That was a hot shot. Joey Votto wants to see the replay. We'll show it to you now.
Got him in the heel of the glove.
Oh, and some spin, some English.
One thing about playing first base when the runner on, obviously you're going to be tighter in, so the ball's going to get to you much quicker. With Sano at least on the base, there's not really a threat of him stealing, so he could get off the bag a little bit more than if you've got a speedster over there.
Sano did advance into scoring position now at second base for Mitch Garver, who's 1 for 2 this evening. A strikeout and a double that nearly left the yard. I picked home run with the rally app, excuse me, the last time up with Garver because of what Rocco Baldelli told us during our pregame conversation. I know he's had issues with the oblique injury this year, but he hit a ball about 430 the other day, and he took that as a sign that he was getting close to locking in here.
Yeah, he's pretty selective, though, you know, in his swing rate, one of the lowest in the game. He's very looking for a pitch, then trying to do damage off that pitch.
Demir Garrett getting loose for Cincinnati. Michael Lorenzen with his 60th pitch here. That's swung on and missed by Garver Sauce. Garver, the pride of the 505. There's strike 2.
Lorenzen has such an easy arm swing. When he takes the ball out of his glove, it just looks fluid when he goes to the plate and then lands as if there's a brick wall in front of him. Watch this. perfect position.
He strikes out Garver.
That means he's in total control of his mechanics.
Let's go back to J.P. Morosi.
Well, Stephen, indeed, we could be covering a postseason clincher for the Cincinnati Reds. We talked about how they had to win this game. Of course, they're leading. They needed the Phillies to lose. Well, the Phillies lost. They also need the Brewers to lose. Well, the Brewers right now are losing 9-1 in the 6th. So barring a dramatic change in that game, it's simple for the Reds right now. Win tonight, and you're in.
You wonder if David Bell has been watching enough scoreboards to sense that here in the 6th. He calls to the pen for Amir Garrett, relieving Michael Lorenzen. Crank up the volume right now, though, and have a listen. It's time for a few of 2020's best calls with Level Up.
Myers to right field, towards the corner. Blackman headed back, looking up. This is Slam Diego! Will Myers takes it out of the yard with one swing of the bat. Padres take a 5-3 lead. Yet another grand slam.
Next pitch on Albert. He swings at that one, lifts a high fly ball. That one is deep out there into left field. It's out of here. Albert has just cracked a 2-run homer. That ties him right there with Willie Mays. That is number 660.
Boy, Albert Pujols, he gets a fastball and he does not miss it.
Nobody's here to watch, but everyone at home has their hearts in their throats. To right field, Adam Engel is there! A no-hitter! The 19th in White Sox history! The young gamer just had the game of his life.
Up the middle, Baez has it. It's a no-hitter. The former college walk-on has made history.
We welcome you back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube with John Smoltz and John Morosi. I'm Stephen Nelson, and that is Amir Garrett. 28-year-old left-hander. Former 22nd round selection of the Reds back in 2011. Did his first save earlier this year, and I'm sure you may have seen it on the Reds YouTube channel. His post-game reaction, just nothing but positive energy, good vibes. I mean, Amir Garrett is one of the favorites in baseball. In terms of stuff, though, John Smoltz, break him down.
Well, I mean, he's got the body of like Chapman, right? Left-hander, getting after it. What's the one team he's not a favorite of? The one he tried
Pittsburgh Pirates. He
take on by himself,
yeah, he took on all the Buccos.
Yeah.
And he picked up that save that he got was against Pittsburgh. His first one.
Yeah, played basketball at St. John's, so athleticism is not in question here. He can do it all.
A lot of sliders. There's a four-seamer and a sinker as well. Two scoreless appearances against Milwaukee earlier this week on Monday and Tuesday. Getting some work on this Friday night as the Reds try to put in ink postseason berth.
More sinkers than four-seamers and more sliders than those two combined. 50% of the time he's throwing a slider.
His first test is Marwin Gonzalez, the number 9 batter for Minnesota. Reds fans and anybody who watches baseball, they see a lot of Amir Garrett because he gets a lot of work in. 154 appearances since the beginning of 2018. That is fourth most in baseball among left-handed pitchers. He's 1-1 on Gonzalez. Marwin smacked into left field. Will Sano be sent? He will. It's a 2-run game.
Pretty good pitch that he hit. It's that slider we were talking about. Garrett tried to get it to the back foot. It didn't quite get to the back foot. And Gonzalez went down and get it. See, that's out of the zone. So catcher's diving to try to stop it. And the hitter just beats it till he gets to the catcher. Big 2-out hit for Minnesota, who's still has aspirations of a comeback victory and locking down another day closer to winning a division.
Oh yeah, this game is far from over. Turning it over for Max Kepler, who can tie it with one swing.
Tough matchup for Max Kepler here with the slider that Garrett has.
Holds up, it was a strike anyway. Kepler thought it was a little low. Lucas Sims is up in the bullpen. You just saw. Now we watch Amir Garrett's 1-1 to Kepler. Fouled back. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. You want to look at Kepler's power, his 45 home runs the last 2 years. 37 pulled, second most among lefties behind Cody Bellinger.
You're going to win a lot of prizes if that's a trivia question. I don't know a lot of people are going to guess
Max Kepler.
Max Kepler is number 2.
Look at that. Percentage of plate appearances versus the shift. Nice block by Barnhart.
You know, we've had so many things happen this year and rule adjustments on the fly for obvious reasons because of what we're dealing with and trying this, trying that. A lot of things I think have changed people's minds on what this year has turned into, whether it's the 7-inning doubleheader or the extra inning rule. I really wish we would have tried one thing, though. One thing regarding right here. Oh, just take away the shift for this year and see what happens.
Woo. Amir Garrett with the K of Kepler to end the 6th, but Minnesota did tack one on, so it's now 4-2. We'll finish up that conversation with John Smoltz when the Game of the Week comes back.
Welcome to Game 1 of the 88th World Series.
This ball is going to go.
For the home run. Here comes Justice.
It'll be a play. Save! And Atlanta wins it. The Braves win 3-2. They were tied 2 games to 4. They win the game 14-5. Chased by Puckett. He caught it.
Leaps in the air and makes the catch.
Into deep left center. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
Perfect pitching matchup. John Smoltz and Jack Morris.
Pitch to Puckett. Got him swinging. Jack Morris delivers. Justice swings and misses. Down he goes. 5 full innings of play. Atlanta nothing. Minnesota nothing. 3-2 pitch is strike 3 ball. Going to the bottom of the 10th inning. No score.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
We continue to roll here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Worlds apart. As in time between the last World Series appearances, the longest active droughts in baseball. Seattle, oh boy, 43. Never made it to the big dance. Brewers. And then you find the Reds at 29 since 1990. and the Twins at 28 in 1991. And we know a guy who was there for that.
I blacked out. I don't even know what happened that year. Blacked out. There's a hole in my memory.
Not sure? It escapes
Not sure.
you? The starter comparison, Game 7 of the 1991 World Series. Smoltz, Morris. I would argue.
You don't have to argue. Just say it.
It's best game.
Yeah.
Best game ever.
Say it.
Best game.
There's no reason to argue.
Two Hall of Famers. On the biggest stage. The biggest stage. Game 7 of the World Series. Doing that. I mean, yeah.
It was so much fun. Anybody who has aspirations of playing this game, if you're listening and watching and you're young, and dream about it, want it. I mean, put yourself in those situations as many times as you can in your mind, because that's what I did when I was 7, 8, 9, 10.
Freddie Galvis, who went deep his last time up from the other side of the plate, flies out to center. Smoltzy, let's go to J.P. Morosi, who's at Target Field, who has another postseason update.
Stephen, the longest playoff drought in the National League is over. The Miami Marlins have clinched a postseason berth tonight at Yankee Stadium. And as my friend Tyler Kepner of the New York Times put it on Twitter, every 17 years, the Marlins clinch at Yankee Stadium. Of course, Tyler referring to Game 6 of the 03 World Series, the last time the Marlins were in the postseason. Notably, the Marlins, Stephen and John, have never lost a playoff series. They won it in 97. They won it in 03. Of course, 2003, the last time the Marlins made the postseason, John Smoltz saved 45 games with a 1.12 ERA for the division champion Atlanta Braves.
Thank you, JP. And a couple more things, if you would allow us to be romantic about baseball for a second when talking about the Marlins clinching a spot. One, doing it at Yankee Stadium with Derek Jeter in the front office. That's number one. And number two, and this is the big one, the Marlins clinch a postseason berth 4 years to the day that Jose Fernandez passed away.
Yeah, this has been a year where you can't help but think about what the Marlins have been through and where they've been as an organization over the last 10 years or so. And I think it's a great story, and they don't think it's just a great story. They think they're going to keep doing it.
And why not? In 2020, why not? The Miami Marlins. Akiyama rolls over on one. A quick 1-2-3 inning has us stretching at Target Field and brings the Twins offense back without much weight. Adrianza, Cruz, and Rosario in a 2-run ball game.
Hello 日本語初級クラスへようこそ Hello こんにちは Thanks ありがとう I'm sorry ごめんなさい How are you お元気ですか Good はい元気です Goodbye さようなら Fastball ストレート Curveball カーブ First base 一塁手 Second base 二塁手 Third base三塁手ショースト遊撃手ピッチャー投手キャッチャー捕手
Introducing MLB Film Room, powered by Google Cloud. Search 3.5 million videos and create your own custom reels. So you watch the videos, you create your reels, and then you share them with the world. Only at MLB.com/filmroom. Also, Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points. We've shown them to you tonight and throughout all of our broadcasts. They reveal new insights and take you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. All right, you ready for your next poll question here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube? Help out JP Morosi, who's a voter for American League MVP, and chime in. Only 4 choices here, multiple choice, and there are more candidates, so we apologize. But Jose Abreu or Tim Anderson, the Chicago White Sox, who are going the wrong way at the worst time. Nelson Cruz, there on your screen, he's on deck. Or Luke Voit of the New York Yankees. We'll take write-ins as well in the live commentary, but in terms of affecting the poll, you got to vote.
It's a tough call. I think the winner may not be on there, but given the chances, choices that were given, I think how you finish, unfortunately, is going to weigh a little more.
Yep.
Last impression kind of does that anyways. But
so you're saying the White Sox, and specifically Abreu and Anderson, have been hurt by this week?
Yeah, they still got. I mean,
if they go off Saturday, Sunday to beat the Cubs, there's a strikeout from Lucas Sims who's into the game.
How'd they do today? Do we know?
They're getting hammered.
Runs.
They're getting hammered. Let's play the rally up once more.
I need to know a total, please. Do we have a total? Can we just?
Oh, how far behind you are?
Yeah.
Me? Okay. We'll effort that. Right now, Nelson Cruz is up at bat. The rally app presented by BetMGM. 225 to 190.
You got to go first because you're leading. I'll give you that.
I'm going to say it's been a minute since we've seen a Nelly Cruz home run. We're due. B, going big. So I'm opening the door.
In, play out. I should have said on base.
You should have, but you didn't. You're 31 points behind.
I got pressured. we both got.
Yeah, you had to get in before the AB starts. 1-1. Sims, 4-seam, curve, slider, changeup guy.
So we've done this a few times already on the network, and I'll tell you here in a second.
Ooh.
So before we actually played, I said, "Can I practice? Can I call what's going to happen to this at bat?" I called all 3 pitches, and what happened? Strike, foul ball, and then strikeout. Since I did that in the practice, I think I've gotten 1 out of 30 right. Do you think I left it out on the practice range?
Yeah, you hit the NOS button too soon, John Smoltz. Okay, so no points for either of us, as that's a strikeout from Lucas Sims. Good work from the righty reliever of the Reds.
I mean, Lucas Sims is just letting it eat.
Yeah, he is.
This is a product of the Braves. That starting rotation didn't quite cut it, but boy, is he cutting it loose.
So we went from Malley, Lorenzen, Garrett, and Sims. So the rally app standings, no change. I'm still in front, 225 to 194.
I don't want to be pressured next time. I need a little time. I got to do my thing, man.
Right.
I got preparation here.
The feng shui. Make sure it's in the right spot for you. All right, Eddie Rosario. Ooh, boy. Some dancing for Super Rosario. By the way, it's been pointed out to me that if you want one of those Super Rosario shirts that the Minnesota Twins were wearing during batting practice today,
it's $1,000.
You got to go to Soda Stick Company. They're the ones who made them. Minnesota Treasure. And I say that as I'm not a fan of the Minnesota Twins, but I appreciate 1 good teamwork, 2 good artwork, and we saw that on display.
What do you mean you're not a fan of the Minnesota Twins?
I didn't grow up a Minnesota Twins fan. Simple as that.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we clarify.
No, I see. It's called a 3-1 round out in your scorebooks. 1-2-3 inning for Lucas Sims. No change for us in terms of the scoreboard. 4-2 at the end of 7.
Nelson Cruz agreeing to a deal with the Twins. Keep in mind, no player has hit more home runs in the last 5 years than Nelson Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Make way for the new king.
Nelson Cruz with a mammoth blast to center.
Cruz hits a bomba.
Nelson Cruz is 4 for 4, another home run. The boomstick going to plenty tonight.
Explode on the scene like a firebomb. Launched from a sire's arm over your whole team like a quiet storm. Until we touch down, then they wonder what now? Loud like the sound of the crowd when it's sold out. Lead the charge is so epic.
Third deck and then some gone.
Are you kidding me? The legacy that we bring when that last bell rings, they will remember one thing.
Number 400 for Nelson Cruz.
Nelson Cruz with 3 homers tonight. Cruz dropping the boom.
High fly to deep right center field. In the ninth, Nelson Cruz ends it.
What an addition Nelson Cruz has been to this Minnesota team.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and much more.
Can I just say I have really been digging the in-between innings.
Oh, the
stuff we're watching.
The good content. Good content. You know what else is good content?
Here we go.
Jack Morris on 91, Game 7 of the World Series.
I'm reminded almost every day. And it's a special thing. You know, I sometimes just get a little annoyed. I say to myself, you know, I won a bunch of other games, and a lot of them took a lot more effort than that one, you know, and I don't mean that literally. I'm just saying some games, and John knows what I'm talking about, they're just tough. And, you know, but then the reminder comes back to you that this was special because Game 7 of the World Series just doesn't come around every day.
No, it does not. And as Sports Gaming Universe let people know in the commentary section, just crazy how Morris, St. Paul native, returns home for one season with the hometown team, and he delivers that.
So I grew up watching Jack Morris, Tiger fan from Detroit.
Yep.
So I knew everything about him and got a chance to go toe-to-toe with him in Game 7. Was at that point you're not thinking about that, but
sure.
I know a lot of people asked him questions about
Nick Castellanos off Trevor May, drifting back. Rosario right in front of the wall for out number 1. Go ahead.
A lot of people ask him, hey, what about this kid that used to idolize you? I don't care about that. You know, he always, whenever we run into each other, he's like, if you had more years, you could have told your manager to get back off the mound and keep pitching, which I really wanted to do, but I couldn't. That's what he did. Jack said, I ain't leaving the mound, and he didn't, and he pitched an unbelievable Game 7, 10 innings.
How long does it take in a non-COVID world, Smoltzy, when you're up in Cooperstown and you're sitting around the fire, you and Jack, before Game 7 to come up? How long?
You know what's weird? All the years that I was playing afterwards, never watched that game. You know, I'm playing, and when MLB Network did the breakdown and we got together, it was really pretty cool to talk with him and see the emotion he had and just to relive the game all those years later. But, you know, he was on the tail end of his career. I was starting to, you know, begin mine, and watching it, just feeling like, man, we had so many opportunities to score.
And
bases loaded, nobody out.
That you know, that's the situation. But like even as low scoring as the game, it's still so. The rewatch.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. It really was.
That is high. 1-2 the count. May and Votto here in the 8th.
Our own Jim Cott was the on-field reporter at the time for CBS.
Kitty's a legend. Trevor May last pitched on Tuesday against your childhood favorite team, the Detroit Tigers, who, by the way, traded you away like idiots. I could say that. 2-2 pitch grounded to the right side. You heard Joey Votto. He said it better than I could. 2 down.
But we talked about it earlier. Like, I really wish this would have been a great experiment to see if we would have had unintended consequences that worked in the favor of more action on the bases if they just took away the shift. Like that ball right there. If you had to play in the infield and didn't have the shift, maybe that's a hit.
It's
with the exit velocity that we have today, it's much easier to defend against that on a ball on the ground when you have so many players on one side. And that's the one redo I wish we could have come back and just had that rule change.
Yeah, I'm just personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody here. I'm anti-shift. I think if you want to find a middle ground, make it like a coach's challenge. You get a limited amount. You get 3 in a game.
That's a good compromise. Every sport has changed the rules to their defense if they find that there is something happening that is causing them to change it. The NHL did it. The NBA did it from the zone and different versions of the zone. The NFL with the defensive, you know, when defenses was controlling the game and you can only do certain things now defensively. And so it's been talked about. It hasn't really come to the forefront yet about whether that's going to happen or not. But if you want to reintroduce the hit in the game, that's how you do it.
I'm wholeheartedly with you on that. We just need more action. We need more people on the bases. And I think that's the easiest solution to try early. Eugenio Suarez, the batter now for Cincinnati. 0 for 3 in this ball game. Fouls off the 1-2. By the way, in the live commentary section, on the heels of our conversation about what you and Jack Morris did, the Reds say, Jack Morris, no, he was actually in spring camp with the Reds in 1995 before he decided to retire. So to bring it back to tonight's
Did not
game
know that.
live on YouTube. I didn't either. So thank you, Cincinnati Reds, and everybody in the live commentary section, not just tonight, but all season long. Trevor May.
Everybody except for the people that answered infinity on the strokes that I would need against DeChambeau.
Again,
I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping
competitive or is he
tonight.
competitive? He's not letting that go. He was going to take the next week off from the golf course, but now he's
Going
off it
right to the lab.
2-2. Oh, that's nasty, Trevor May. The strikeout gets Suarez to end the 8th inning. Byron Buxton and Miguel Sano and Jorge Polanco with an opportunity to bring the Twins back down by 4-2.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
Humorous way to end the first for Carlos Carrasco and Miguel Cabrera. One long-distance kiss and a wave goodbye to the same.
White racing around the bases as White is going to try and score, but he falls down around third. 1-0 advantage for the Mariners.
Wow, what a bad feeling, but ending up scoring anyway.
Mathis rips this one down the left field line, and that'll hook into the cutouts. Out of play foul for a strike.
Oh, that will leave a mark. Kids, turn away.
Well, the Fanatic has found a spot in the stands, and he dumped some popcorn on the Mets fan, John.
Foul pop up, Rizzo over, and no play to be made. He came down and cocked him in the head, I think. Yeah, on top of the noggin. Well, we talked about him being made of steel. I will not say his head is made out of rock.
Suit up for the season at MLBshop.com. Check out new on-field jerseys by Nike. Plus, check out the official caps, tees, collectibles, and much more. That is all at MLBshop.com. A serene Friday night in the Twin Cities on this MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The answers to our most recent poll: who will win American League MVP? Close one. Jose Abreu, MVP of the Chicago White Sox, taking 34% of the vote, right in front of Nelson Cruz of the Minnesota Twins. Minnesota leading the White Sox in the Central standings entering the final weekend of the regular season. Here's Byron Buxton leading things off with the Twins down by 2. He's 0 for tonight. Couple Ks. So the live commentary section is chiming in on our conversations, Multi, about the shift. Dodger Films, I can't imagine outlawing the shift. There's just no way, no good way to practically do it. And most people agree. You know, made the cut as ad strategy. The shift can be very frustrating, but banning it would be completely wrong to me.
Oh, shoot.
Uh-oh, no. Athletic training staff out quickly to check on Byron Buxton. Lucas Sims immediately crouching down after throwing the pitch, and it is great to see Buxton back up quickly. Now doing some on-field tests.
Yeah, he didn't have much of a chance. I think the back of the, it looked like it hit him in the back of the helmet. You know, Sims feels terrible.
Yeah. So Buxton will exit the game, and you see Jake Cave up off the bench for the Twins. Looks like he's going to come in.
Caught him off the side. And just turning away deflects the blow a little bit, right? That ball's coming in at 95 miles an hour, but
yeah, whereas ducking down, it's still straight on angle turning. It deflects it a little bit. Again, we're thinking of Byron Buxton, Twin center fielder, taking that pitch from Lucas Sims, glancing right off his helmet above the ear. So Jake Cave will enter the game as a pinch runner. It's the second early exit for a Twins starter tonight. Josh Donaldson left the game earlier with a cramp in his right calf, and he's had calf issues up to this point this season. And now Buxton after the hit by pitch.
And I think this is a great move here. Either way, taking him out or talking to him, he's going to take him out. I think that's really the best option there.
Raisel Iglesias is the call that David Bell is making into the Cincinnati bullpen. You have Iglesias and Archie Bradley back there. And first out is Iglesias. Tying run coming to the plate. It's Miguel Sano. Right now, I want you to go back in time. On this date in 1974, the late Dr. Frank Jobe performed the first ever elbow reconstruction surgery on Tommy John.
If a pitcher blew out his elbow prior to 1974, immediate retirement was his only option. That was precisely what left-handed pitcher Tommy John faced in '74, when his arm was rendered useless. Desperate to continue his career, John put his faith in a procedure never before performed on a professional, transplanting a tendon from the forearm to the elbow. Dr. Frank Jobe told Tommy it was his only hope.
If you wanted to play baseball again, you had to have the surgery and take the chance. Dr. Jobe only gave me 2-3 chances in 100 to pitch again, but that's a whole lot better than 0 in 100.
Tommy John surgery, a moniker eventually copyrighted by Jobe, was born.
Somebody had to do it, and I was the guy in the right spot, and thank God I had the right surgeon at the right time.
So how did Tommy respond to this revolutionary procedure? He went on to pitch 14 more seasons in the major leagues.
I think the big thing is, and I've had guys come up to me and shake my hand and say, hey, thank you very much for having that surgery when you did, because it saved my life in baseball.
Welcome back to Target Field, where earlier tonight we talked about what had to happen for the Reds to clinch a postseason berth tonight. Well, the Phillies had to lose. The Phillies have lost. And we had to see the Brewers lose at least one game of their doubleheader against the Cardinals. They have lost game 2 by a 9-1 count. So right now, Steven, here's the reality. The Reds win and they're in, and they are 6 outs away from that.
Thank you for that update, JP. Cincinnati Reds fans, yeah, they're starting to feel it here. In the bottom of the 8th inning in Minnesota, they're up 4-2 on the Twins. Raisel Iglesias is out of the bullpen, John Smoltz.
And nasty. He has wipeout stuff and ability to miss bats, of course.
And you want to try to avoid the barrel of this man's bat, Miguel Sano. While the strikeout rate is high, the power is also immense.
And what an incredible, I just think he's an incredible athlete. The size he plays at, you know, his hands defensively, and just he can run. Big man.
13 home runs this season. Swings and misses. Behind 1-2. He has Jake Cave on first. Cave into the ball game, pinch running for Byron Buxton, who was just hit by a pitch right around his ear by Lucas Sims. Buxton was able to move a little bit out of the way to deflect or change the angle of the baseball. He was up and seemingly alert. Twins taking him out, and will evaluate him further. Sano with 13 home runs, a 14th would tie the game. Underneath the 2-2, and we'll do that again. You heard from John Paul Morosi. He's at Target Field reporting tonight. The finale of the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube slate in 2020. I'm Stephen Elson with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz in the booth. Both teams with plenty to play for here entering the final weekend. And you heard Morosi setting the stage for a potential postseason clincher tonight for Cincinnati. The 2-2. Iglesias gets Sano.
Changed his arm angle, went with the slider, and got it off the plate. Drops down. Sometimes that can be a little dicey when you've had success without dropping down, but he changed the arm angle and changed the illusion of that pitch as well.
So Iglesias last pitched on Monday against the Brewers. Only faced one batter, but he did his job. Entered with one on and induced a double play on Ryan Braun. A double play here from Jorge Polanco would end the 8th. Polanco's hunting his second hit of the game. He singled in the 4th, legging out an infield single. Bounces in front of Barnhart. Cave stays at first base. So for Minnesota, we talked about what the Reds have at stake tonight. For Minnesota, it is not a question of if they're making the postseason. We already know that they're in. Now it's will they win an American League Central title for a second straight year, and where will they be playing? At home in the wild card series, and against whom?
Well, the important thing is, even if the White Sox looks like they're going to lose tonight and the Twins were to win, that's a 2-game lead with 2 to play.
Dormy 2, but
the White Sox own the tiebreaker, so that's really only like having a 1-game lead when you think about a tie would go to Chicago to win the division. So either way, they can't clinch the division tonight.
Polanco grounds the 2-1 and it rolls foul. Minnesota will avoid Trevor Bauer in this series. That is something to keep in mind. Some tiebreaker scenarios to keep an eye on here, as it can be tough. You can be swimming a little bit. Two teams in the same division, you're looking at head-to-head record, intra-division record, and then the highest win percentage in the last 20 intra-division games. Plus one game until the tie is broken. So Twins splitting the season series against the White Sox. Then you go to the intra-division record, and Chicago feasted on everybody else outside of Minnesota and Cleveland.
And if you had to go to number 4, which we didn't show, you would get 15 shots against DeChambeau. You just have to pick a player from your team to see if he can.
Another rally up coming your way, so get ready for it. Polanco pulls off, slice down into left field, and the ball drops.
Wow.
In front of Akiyama. Sliding into third is Jake Cave.
Akiyama was looking at Suarez, it looked like the whole time, and took his eye off the ball and never really made a play to call him off. That's a huge, huge play. Yeah. See if we can see what happened here. This ball's up in the air for a while now. Akiyama comes in right about here. He starts looking over to Suarez and took a route that just never even got close to the ball. But a line drive in the scorebook.
That's a double for Polanco. So second and third, you're saying strikeout for Mitch Garver. I'm saying in, play, out, specifically sac fly. I don't get bonus points for that, but that's
I will give you bonus points.
Will?
Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to double your points if you get a sac fly out.
All right. The Rally app presented by BetMGM. Download the app and make live predictions on every at bat for a chance to win prizes. Again, it's the Rally app. Mitch Garver hit a long double in the 4th inning, almost a home run. 2 runners in scoring position with the Twins down by 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Bomba squad knows how to rally. He holds up on the 0-1, and we're even at 1-1. Sports Gaming Universe saying Garvsauce 3-run home run. A lot of people made the cut. B. Dawson Wright, B. home run. They're feeling it. We've seen some big clutch hits in the Central of late.
Base open, 2-1 count, so you know that Iglesias' best case scenario is, of course, not give up a run. Next best is just give up the 1 run. You almost trading out for a run.
Iglesias steps off, time called. You're saying, wow, a lot of people picking a home run for a catcher. Just want to remind you what Mitch Garver did in 2019. He slugged .630, 4th highest ever by a catcher. He can go bridge. There is no question. Another good eye, 3-1.
Congratulations, kid. You won.
Smokes. Enough with your reverse psychology energy on me. I don't like that.
No, you won. Base open. He's going to try to miss the zone. And
Garver looks all kinds of patient up there right now. I know. Marwin Gonzalez on deck. He already has an RBI knock tonight. But it's a 3-1 to Garver. Down the chute, strike 2.
So you say there's a chance.
It was on that 1 in a million times.
A lot of tension.
Yes, we're feeling it here in the booth. With no fans at Target Field, I'm sure JP Morosi feels it there too. In the dugouts, for sure. It's a 2-run ball game. But the Twins have the tying run on second. The pitch to Mitch Garver. Fouled back. It's an Cincinnati Reds saying nail-biting time in the live commentary section. There's a little bit more on Mitch Garver, a.k.a. Garv Sauce, because he's from the 505 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a 9th rounder in 2013. He is a Lobo out of the University of New Mexico. Iglesias will pay things off to Garver. Swung on and missed. A strikeout and a rally-up win for one John Smoltz. Don't look at me like that. Say something. Break down the play, you professional analyst.
Well, he threw nothing but sliders, and then the 3-2 pitch kind of snuck a fastball by him. He had gotten him thinking away, and slowed him down, and then threw the lower 3/4 fastball by him.
The updated scoreboard has John Smoltz leapfrogging me for first place.
If it wouldn't have sounded so bad, I'd have taken the headset off and dropped it.
I would have appreciated the move. But I'm sure the fans watching at home, they wanted to know more about that strikeout from Iglesias, a big one. So 2 down now. He's still not out of the woods. And I mentioned Marwin Gonzalez with a hit in the 6th that scored a run. A hit here would tie the game at 4. And I gotta say, if you're any pitcher, but Iglesias the one right now, I feel really good with Tucker Barnhart back there.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trusting my stuff and him completely.
He's been, you know, the 2 games that that we've done is been amazing to watch him defensively back there. Just, it's like a wall.
He calls the pitch. Iglesias likes it. The 1-0.
I would have put him in a funk my first 3 years. I let baseball and wall pitches. It was a struggle for me.
I mean, that one too. I mean,
that was not easy.
No.
You know, part of being able to do that, of course, is fundamentally getting the chest protector in a place where if you have to knock it down, that angle where the ball drops straight down and doesn't go off to each side, but you got to shift laterally side to side, you know, like a goalie would, and be able to.
There's strike 1 to Gonzalez.
The ones that give them the most problem is when the ball either backs up and they're looking for a slider away and it backs up and handcuffs them, catches it off the corner, or you spike it. I'm amazed, man. That position, man, your knees.
I'm with you.
Just everything you got to do to play that position. You got to be genetically gifted.
Gonzalez fouled out of play. And Iglesias needs just one more strike to get out of this 8th inning. Exchange in the commentary section. The MLB goes, Reds gonna somehow tightrope again. Cincinnati responds, we live on the tightrope. This is definitely one. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Minnesota down by 2. Iglesias versus Gonzalez. Here's the pitch. Down in the dirt. Snagged by Barnhart again.
Well, my money is on a 3-2 slider. Some form of breaking ball against Marlin. See what they decide to attack him with.
47% whiff rate on his slider. That's a career high. The 3-2 lifted into center field. Going back, Senzel. He's there. Points to the bullpen, who you can hear on the mics as Iglesias escapes the bottom of the 8th unscathed. It remains 4-2 Reds as we head to the 9th on the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube.
he have done a lot of things. The way he show himself every day in the clubhouse, that means a lot, you know.
I think a lot of the guys saw Nelly as our leader, and he's a good guy to follow.
Nelson is one of my favorite player, favorite teammate. He helped me with everything, you know. Like I said, that's one of my favorite teammates. Nelson is that kind of person that I never met in my life. Nelson, they changed my life a lot about the world because he teaches me a lot of good stuff.
We're back on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We've been playing all night long. And now we want to show you the final scoreboard on the Rally app presented by BetMGM. Not a lot of correct picks multi, but you had enough to edge me in the points. 544 to 225. I got you in the hair department. That's the only thing that's going to make me feel better about this one. It was a hard-fought night. I think we both played hard on the Rally app.
Do you need me to finish the game? It sounds like you've taken this hard.
Hey, final poll question of the night. Who's your choice for player of the game? You can influence our broadcast. A, for Michael Lorenzen, who came out of the bullpen for Cincinnati. B, Mike Moustakas, who had a tank. Freddie Galvis had one as well. Or was it the starter, Tyler Mahle?
Some good choices.
And it could change. I mean, Minnesota is going to send the top of the order to the bottom of the ninth inning. They will have to face Nelson Cruz.
We got a little debut here.
We do. Major league debut for Edward Colina. Show you his statistics in the minors in 2019. 102 strikeouts and 97 and a third innings pitched. Knock on to the roster today. Thanks to Zach Club in the bag, 100 miles per hour.
A little short arm action. Didn't look like he was going to give you much. And then
Mike Moustakas golfed into right field. Kepler looks up and he will watch it go. The Moose in Minnesota for a second time tonight. It's 5-2.
Well, so much for the multiple choice.
I think it made the poll question a little easier.
Yeah, he was heating up. We showed him as well as two other players for the Reds heating up offensively, and the Moose, after seeing 100 away, took a breaking ball right down the line.
So welcome to the show, Edward Colina.
I know.
I mean, listen, giving up a shot to Mike Moustakas, there are worse things you could do. But he was called up after Homer Bailey was designated for assignment. Started last season in High A, finished at Triple A.
Wonder how many people hit their first batter they ever faced.
Oh, I mean, we got Keith Costas, who's the best of the best, with us tonight.
I know, I did.
That's a tough one. You did?
Yeah. I hit Lenny Dykstra. 1-2 curveball.
Oops. Jesse Winker weighs a 99-mile-per-hour fastball.
Man, I'll tell you what, from a hitter standpoint, I don't know how you pick up the ball. He hides it right behind him, short arm action.
Mm-hmm. You know, I wish we had a live shot of the grounds crew at Great American Ballpark They've been so fun to watch this year, especially when Mike Moustakas does good baseball things. They're in the stands. They're trying to bring the energy in lieu of fans. Whoop. That one, it's away from Colina, and it's a walk. So as we go back to Mike Moustakas' home run, I just want you to listen to the Reds' reaction. No fans, you can definitely hear that. The eruption from the Reds dugout. Do you think they know by now, Smoltzy, that if they finish this one, they're in? That everybody else helped them out?
Oh, yeah. They know.
JP Morosi, you were actually there at Target Field. You heard that.
I did. I'm out here in right field, and I heard it. That was quite a roar from the Reds dugout at the Moustakas home run. And elsewhere in the major leagues right now, how about this change in the American League Central, with the Indians winning in walk-off fashion tonight, while the White Sox lost 10-0 to the Cubs. The White Sox actually now, Stephen, have fallen into third place. They have the same record as the Indians at 34-24, but the Indians have the tiebreaker over the White Sox with an 8-2 record against them this season. So really a tremendous change in the last several days. The Indians have won 6 straight. The White Sox have lost 6 straight.
Wow.
It is not the Comedy Central that everybody was joking about in 2019. Yeah. The Central has been the best in the American League. It's been the best division in baseball in 2020.
Yeah. No, you're going to have to face some pretty good pitching.
Mm-hmm. There's a grounder, nice snag by Adrianza across the diamond, but out of the glove of Sano. So as a pinch runner came in for Winker, it's now first and third, still nobody out for the Reds in the ninth.
Just trying to figure out how that ball popped out of Sano's glove. He reached for it. It's a nice play. He gets a strong throw, and when he reached for it, just popped out. The end of his glove.
It's Jose Garcia who came in to run for Winker. Sano kind of checking his glove. Let's go back to Wednesday. And Sano with Kenta Maeda on the mound for the Twins. Kenta fields it, and this is a scary play at first base. I mean, that, even watching it now, thankfully, Sano was okay.
You know, I got an idea for that too.
Oh, what's that? Base running lane?
Make the base bigger on the foul side.
Like a softball base?
Yeah.
Yep.
I really think that's the only reason we don't do it. It's because softball has it.
Which is dumb. But that's a conversation for another day.
But you know that play down the.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm saying if that's the reasoning, then that is.
I mean, I don't know if it is. It just seems like it might be.
Freddie Galvis, a base hit into right field. Garcia will score. The lead is 4.
Well, the man Needs to check in with an ERA here, right? I mean, poor guy, he's made his major league debut, and the last thing you're thinking about is not getting an out.
He's yet to record one here in the ninth. Edouard Colina making his big league debut, and the Reds giving him a rude welcome. At the bottom of the order with Tucker Barnhart. First and second, still nobody away. He shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes ball one. Barnhart again shows and has to pull it back. Body language from Colina right now, a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, and probably a dry mouth too. These are situations that you dream of, and you don't know how you're going to react. And I think he'll be fine, obviously, as time moves on. But right now, it's like, I gotta get an out.
Three and one now. The Cincinnati backstop. Inside, ball four.
So as crazy as it is for the Reds, they could technically finish second, go from not being in to 8th to second in their division.
And this is the man who could get him there. David Bell. Played 12 big league seasons with 6 teams. Was hired as manager for Cincinnati in the fall of 2018. Signing a 3-year contract. One of 5 father-son duos to serve as MLB managers. Of course, his dad, Buddy. And the family affair continues tonight because as he looks across the field into Rocco Baldelli's dugout in Minnesota, you'll see his brother Mike, who's the Twins bench coach. And there they are, the two Bells. We talked to David today, and he said he and Mike were able to spend some time together pre-game. JP Morosi reporting on that as well. David's team with the bases loaded here in the top of the 9th inning. Trying to put this one out of reach. As much room as you can put between yourselves and the Twins lineup. That's what you're hoping for. Shogo Akiyama. That's a bullet into center field. Fist pumps from Senzel as the Reds pad the lead.
All right.
Yep.
Can we do the app to help this guy get an out?
Oh, you think that'll help him? I mean, if we do
we'll do it ourselves.
Okay.
I'm saying in, play out.
I'm behind you a bunch here. I know the final scoreboard says you already won.
If you get a hit, if you pick a hit, it's double the points of my in, play out. Because the odds of getting another hit are not, I mean, they just can't keep going up. So you get 500 points.
Grand Slam.
Grand Slam, that's 20,000 points.
Ooh. 97 with some movement. Fouled away by Castellanos, who drove in a run back in the 5th with a single.
I got an in, play out for 250 points, but I'm saying a double play would get me 2,500 points.
Okay. You are really gonna, like, that's once this game's over, you are gonna spend the rest of your night coming up with very specific scoring tier.
I can help out.
So Nicholas Castellanos, you know, we showed you the quote earlier from Dick Williams that the expectations were high this year because of this work in the offseason. And I don't think anybody was a bigger profile as a free agent than Castellanos based on what he did with the Cubs down the stretch a year ago. He and Mike Moustakas getting 4 years and $64 million. Wade Miley has not been healthy this year. And Shogo Akiyama, you just saw him driving a run. He has really come on. One fouled away. I mean, he's had a couple pitches to do something with, and he's hadn't done it. But with Akiyama, it was a slow start, and we inquired about that. And David Bell says, I think for a while it was an adjustment one coming over from playing professionally in Japan, and then into this wild 2020 season, first year in the big leagues. It took some time for him to get comfortable in the clubhouse, let alone on the field.
Yeah.
And he says of late he's seeing more smiles. His personality's starting to come out, and that is translating into more production on the field. And listen, as Smoltzy, I'm sure you can speak to this. The 1-2 from Colina, grounded to the left side, coming home. They get one.
Could have got two. Well, I got the in, play out.
If I'm going down. I'm going down swinging.
I would think with Shogo, the hardest adjustment might be the velocity getting used to, right? I mean, just the overall average velocity in the major leagues is a lot higher.
Yeah.
And that might be an issue. Well, I'm glad he got it out before his manager took him out.
Yep, Alcala will come into the game to relieve Colina, but it's a 5-run game, and the Reds have an opportunity to extend that here on the game of the week.
Individually for Gino, it was an incredible accomplishment. We try to, imagine what that would be like and what he must have been feeling inside with that incredible accomplishment. And then it turned into a team celebration that you just couldn't have scripted. It was, I would say it was a rare moment where a team took an individual accomplishment and made it feel like a team celebration, not only on the field, in the dugout, but after the game in the clubhouse. It felt like we had just won a championship in the clubhouse. It was an incredible celebration. It was like practice for when that happens. So that said everything you would ever want to know about Gino as a person, as a player, as a teammate, how important he is to our team. The way the team responded to that was really an incredible experience and takeaway from that whole moment.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Around the majors we go. I won't do the rest of that segment in that voice, I promise you. A royal parting. Alex Gordon announcing he will retire at the end of the year. Meanwhile, the baby Buffalo Jays going wild at Salem Field, clinching a spot in the postseason and some security in D.C. for the Washington Nationals manager Davey Martinez agreeing to an extension with the Nats. I do want to focus on Alex Gordon, though. John Smoltz, I mean, you've followed his career from being a high draft pick who was labeled the next George Brett.
You can't do that. You can't do that to a poor guy.
I know it, but it happened, and then he had some struggles, but he worked through that to have one of the all-time great careers in the history of that franchise.
Yeah, and it really is and was a classy organization that allowed it to happen. Not every organization is going to be as patient, but it paid off. They won a championship, and they're hoping to redevelop as we speak to get back to that level that kind of shocked everybody when they had that unbelievable year, lose the Game 7 against San Francisco, but then backed it right back up with a World Championship the following year. So,
and that experience, some of that experience is now in the Reds dugout via Mike Moustakas, who's gone deep twice tonight in a game in which the Reds have an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot. The bases are loaded for Joey Votto. Jorge Alcala, 25-year-old right-hander, now on the bump for the Twins. Ooh, big cut from Joey Votto. Strike one. So for Joey Votto, you see his career numbers with the bases loaded, but if you were to just highlight the latter part of this season, in August, he was essentially benched for 3 days. He was hitless for 18 at-bats prior to that decision. There's strike two. And he said that was something I've never experienced. I've been benched before for a single game. I don't think I've ever been benched for multiple games. This is a quote from Votto. It's important for, and my tone may sound frustrated, but I'm responsible for that. We're in the performance business. We're in it to win. I've been a part of too many losses, and I need to be better for sure. It's a new experience for me. So it sounds like, okay, that is cliche speak, what you have to say as a 36-year-old veteran. How Votto responded to it behind the scenes after talking with the media was getting back to work in the only way that he knows how. And since then, 26 games since then, his OPS 965, 8 home runs, hard hit rate 47.5%. He's turned it back on.
Yep.
The 3-2 pitch to him, grounded foul. Not your average Joe, certainly not Joey Votto. 14 seasons with the Reds, won an MVP in Cincinnati, also was a runner-up in 2017, getting close to the 300 home run mark. 7-time on-base percentage leader, 6-time All-Star selection. He's repped the Reds so well in the face of their franchise. Foul ball. So it's 3 years left on his contract, $25 million per year. Do you think he's going to join you in Cooperstown?
I think he's trending. I know he's had a couple tough years, but some injury-plagued years. We'll see how the next couple go, but I think that conversation will be answered in a yes before it's all said and done.
Takes the 3-2 the other way, but
I mean, everything moving forward, right, is going to be judged totally different now. It is what it is. There's different analytics. There's different ways.
300 wins does not.
No, never happen again.
Yeah,
but and the eras should be judged differently, and we'll see. I mean, guys aren't going to have as long a careers as Joey Votto, and the trends are got to do more work and be more dominant in a shorter period of time.
Goes down to get the 3-2. Left field. And Rosario makes the grab. 2 down. In Sports Gaming Universe in the commentary section, so great not only to see the longevity, but all with one club.
Yeah, and that I admire that more than you know. I mean, I tried to do that. I almost did. 21 years with Atlanta, and then finished with Boston and St. Louis. But I hope he gets a chance to do that. It's a rarity.
Oh gosh, especially nowadays in pro sports.
Oh yeah. But he signed a monster contract, and whenever you sign those monster contracts, at some point in the back end of that contract's not going to, in people's eyes, are going to be like, what? But it's the way the contracts are being dished out, and Albert Pujols is a big byproduct of that, and what he was able to do in his first 10 years of the baseball was ridiculous.
Yeah, you wonder if the trend will continue. We've seen some teams do it. Tampa Bay, Chicago White Sox, giving guys big deals early, kind of front loading. We're going to pay you for what we think you're going to accomplish on the front end of your career, as opposed to quote unquote rolling the dice. I don't want to put every big contract into that box, but on the back end of the year. Hey, there is Wade Miley.
I still am enamored with that. I would love to be paid on what somebody thinks I'm going to do.
Yeah. Ninth batter of the inning for the Reds. Eugenio Suarez, the 0-2. Can of corn for Cave. But a crooked number for Cincinnati. It was 4-2. Now it's 7-2. To the bottom of the ninth we go after Mike Moustakas hit his second home run of the game.
At least they don't come untied. Hey. Bring the smile out. What you talking about, Willis? I don't smile. That's. Can I do another one? One more. Shout out, Jerry's. Oh, they're playing my jam. It's kind of cool.
Don't try to act serious.
I can't. Stop. We're posing as directors. Oh, this is dope. Well, I have to admit, it's the first one that I'm being followed by you. Hey, nobody really knows this. I met AD when he was 16 years old, and he was like smaller than me then. Oh, they got puppies over there? That's media day.
It's time for the bottom of the ninth in the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Minnesota Twins now have some breathing room in the American League Central. And it looks like, John Smoltz, they will avoid the New York Yankees this postseason. At least off the bat, first round, which has been the issue.
They need that for their sanity. I mean, they're going to tell you they can face anybody, and they should. But you don't want to talk about that going into a series.
16 straight.
Talk about it after you've won a series. Then it's all, the ice is broken.
Kepler, Adrianza, and Cruz. The first three that Wade Miley will see in the bottom of the ninth. Miley's out of the bullpen. Closed out Wednesday's 6-1 victory over the Brewers with a scoreless inning. And that was his first relief appearance since 2012. First time in any game since the 27th of August. Gets Kepler here. The producer of tonight's game, Michael Trainer. Our director, Jason Lobb. Chris Bracey, our tape producer. The associate director, Carmine Arpaio. Our graphics coordinators, Matt Olbaum, Brian Yu. Jason Hedgecock, our technical manager, has had to sort through so much in 2020. Adam Plout, technical director, production manager Caitlin Lacey Kean, and the senior coordinating producer of live events, Chris Pfeiffer. Keith Costas on the 1s and 2s as well. Also want to shout out Andrew Batty and Jason Seacamp. Just been crushing it. It's been a fun year. It's flown by really quickly. And so much going on behind the scenes to make sure we can interact with baseball fans around the globe. So shouts to our crew for that. With John Smoltz and JP Morosi, I'm Steven Nelson here. Let's see if the Bomba Squad has a big time rally in them. And last year I think they had A-Bear the rally squirrel. I don't know if the squirrel survived the winter. Now, there's a thing. They had a stuffed squirrel named A-Bear. I'm not making things up just because.
I know that.
Okay.
I'm talking about survive the winter. What do you think happens to squirrel? Granted, the winter in Minnesota is.
Oof. Wade Miley, 2-2 to Adrianza. They go down to first, and he went.
Well, I hope Byron Buxton's okay.
Yes.
He missed it. He took one off the side of the helmet. It wasn't a cheap one. It was 95 plus. And
yep.
Just hope he's okay. Doesn't have to miss much time. All right, last chance. I'm saying ball, base hit. You can go homer. Hurry.
No, I think he's.
You want to go strike out? I'll give you 2 strikes. What do you want to do?
I think an out in play.
Out in play. All right, I'm still going to stick with a hit.
Five-run ball game in the bottom of the 9th. Also, special thanks to everybody in the live commentary section. Major League Baseball, the Reds and Twins. Everybody else in there. The 3-1. 3-2. You said strikeout?
No, I said base hit.
Base hit.
Yeah, get on base, whatever.
Yeah, and I said out in play. Now the 3-2.
So I got on base.
Got on base. So there is a base runner with 2 outs for the Minnesota Twins. The fumble, 5 points vids, made the cut, Sports Gaming Universe, Dodgers Films, Healy 6, Dawson, right? Trying to get everybody in there. Rosario fouls the first pitch back. Approaching midnight on the East Coast as we kick off this final weekend of the regular season. See Trevor Bauer on the top step, potentially the Cy Young winner in the National League.
Interesting to see with the win, if Cincinnati finishes it off, what that does to the possibilities of him coming back to pitch on Sunday. I would think, barring them being able to finish second, maybe not a option they'll use now.
The scheduled starters Castillo and Gray.
Oh yeah.
But if they're seating on the line, there's a shot back to Wade Miley. He throws it to first for out number 3. And the Reds can celebrate because the 2020 hunt is complete, and for the first time since 2013 there will be a Reds October. Now you can listen to the elation from that Reds dugout. John Smoltz, you've been a part of such a celebration like that. I mean, can you describe what's going on inside you? I mean, it's got to be a combination of relief, pride, excitement.
Well, so much expected of this team, right? When they made the moves, it wasn't like they were catching people by surprise. They were the talk of town, and they believed that they could be a team that could make a deep run. This wasn't a Cinderella story for them. This wasn't like, now it is just trying to make it based on the way the year went, but they feel, I'm telling you, they feel really good about themselves as a ball club now and what they can do in the future.
And now that the game is concluded, let's break things down for the Reds in the postseason and for the Twins as well. The post-game show starts now. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Post-game show, handshakes, hugs, and T-shirts that say "Respect Cincinnati." Oh, I don't think there's any question. If you got to face the Reds come October, you're definitely going to respect them. And that starting staff in a lineup that is starting to click a little bit with John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer, and John Paul Morosi on site in Minnesota. I am Stephen Elson. We're going to be with you for the next half hour or so, recapping this game, our finale, live on the YouTube slate in 2020. It's a 7-2 final. The Cincinnati Reds defeating the Minnesota Twins as these two clubs open up a 3-game set to help the sunset in 2020 and the regular season campaign. The big hits tonight for the Reds: 2 from Mike Moustakas, a 2-run homer in the 4th, a solo shot in the 9th. Freddie Galvis also went deep back in the 5th. They also got ribbies from Shogo Akiyama, Nicholas Castellanos, and another one from Galvis, a base hit in the 9th. 3 runs in that final inning to extend the lead from 2 to 5. Smoltz, your impressions of this game specifically, what we saw from Cincy?
Well, it's a formula for Cincinnati that they can put together with really good wipeout starting pitching, but their bullpen is very underrated. They've got some arms in the pen. And look, there's a lot of pressure off the Cincinnati Reds right now. There's been a little dry spell, and I just think they embodied their, I mean, David Bell says, team takes on its own personality, but I just think they believe. And, 10 days ago, there weren't many people believing. They were struggling, and they were going in the wrong direction. So one of two things had to happen. They either had to get hot or they were going to cash this thing in real quick, and they got hot at the right time. And we've seen this as a streaky 60-game schedule. Yeah. I mean, streaky. So many streaks that teams are having at the right time and at the wrong time, and that's just the nature of this year.
Oh, I mean, to your point, look at the American League Central. The White Sox started this final week in first place and have since dropped 6 in a row. Cleveland has won 6 in a row. And now the White Sox go from first to third. Yeah. And it's Minnesota, Cleveland, Chicago, and for Cincinnati. So if you were to go back to, let's say, 2 weeks ago to now, how your faith level in this club to make a deep run in October for Cincinnati, how much has it increased?
Well, it's all about their offense. They're so much better than what they were playing. And, we can fall in love with the numbers the year before, but you don't know how individually this year has impacted them from a structure standpoint, from a video watching, all the things that we hear, hitters struggling to adjust to the new formula and rules. I think they're finally getting there. And the feeling you got to have if you're a Cincinnati Reds fan is we did this without some of our best hitters. And there's time for those best hitters to carry you through one series and maybe another. So I think anytime you line up Bauer, Gray, Castillo, and let me tell you something. This cat tonight that started for him, Malley, was bringing it.
Mm-hmm. And Michael Lorenzen is starting to, turn into something here. He's going to be a versatile weapon. We've seen him start recently. He came out of the pen tonight, looked really good. He's going to join us on the post-game show shortly. Let's show you Lorenzen's day, which got going in the third inning against Byron Buxton, who unfortunately left the game later for Minnesota after being hit just above the ear by a pitch. Lorenzen continuing to work, had some traffic, and was able to keep Minnesota off the scoreboard. I mean, you could sense the emotion tonight from Cincinnati, couldn't you? What was on the line, they knew.
Oh, no doubt. You know, and the game was close throughout, and when they broke it open in the ninth, that was the relief that you could sense as well. They were in a dogfight, and Minnesota's trying to clinch their division, so a lot to play for Minnesota the next 2 days as well.
So the last 3 times we've seen Michael Lorenzen, he's pitched 13 total innings. He's given up 10 hits, 4 runs, but he struck out 18, walked 3, and the Reds, most importantly, 3-0 in those 3 games. And wouldn't you know it, John Smoltz, the magic of production. Michael Lorenzen joins us now. First and foremost, Michael, thank you and congratulations to you and your teammates going to the postseason for the first time since 2013. This is your first taste of it. How does it taste?
Yep. Oh, it tastes amazing. This shirt right here means so much to me and means so much to all of us in this clubhouse. I've been here since 2015. It's been a long road, but you know, we're finally here, and I know that everyone back in Cincinnati is fired up, and they deserve to be able to go and celebrate as well.
Well, you've had a huge role down the stretch. You're going to be in a unique role, and I know that I've heard you say you want to pitch as much as possible. So in the postseason, how's that going to fare for you? I mean, your routine, you think you can pitch multiple days and be available, you know, in multiple innings if possible?
Yeah, absolutely. It's win ball games, and that's yeah, but win ball games and that's it. So I'm ready to throw each and every day.
Hey, Michael, there are a ton of numbers and stats that pundits can and will probably throw at you guys as the postseason nears as to why you won't go far, whether it's the team batting average or reliance on the home run. I know you don't care, but if you are forced to respond to the criticisms of your club as it's been an up and down year, what would you say?
You know, we're hot at the right time. I believe in each and every one of our guys. You see what guys like Trevor Bauer are doing and guys stepping up in big situations, and we just have a good group of guys that we can get behind. And we've built the momentum at the perfect time, and a team that has momentum going into the playoffs is an extremely dangerous team. And I know that there's no stat for that, but we have some momentum building up, and we, in our minds, we're going to continue that going forward. And our pitching staff is one of the best. As you see, Moose is insanely clutch when it comes to big situations. So we got guys like him to lead us into the postseason. So we're going to go in ready to go.
All right, I got to ask you the most important question. Are you still taking BP? Say yes.
Of course.
All right.
Of course I am. So you never know. So I'm always trying to do as many things as I can on a baseball field.
Michael Lorenzen joining us on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube postgame show. Just a couple more for you, Mike, before we let you go celebrate some more with your teammates. First, with the new guys, you talk about Moose and all of his championship experience that he's brought to this team. There are a lot of new faces that came in this offseason, and you guys were not able to form chemistry and gel as you would in a typical year. How has that process been? And it seems like you're in a good place now with personality starting to show a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the stretch that we went through in the beginning of the year, for 3/4 of the season, you could say, is probably a normal stretch when it comes to a 162-game season. I don't think it's that abnormal to do what we did, but in a 60-game season, you're right. We need to click a little sooner, and thankfully, we've been able to gel at the right time. And like I've said, man, we have momentum behind us going into the postseason, and it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and we're looking to finish on top.
Finishing strong. Last one, you've got some work in today. You just clinched a postseason berth. You're going to get a workout in. You're going to give yourself a cheat night.
I'm probably going to give myself a cheat night tonight. and we're going to celebrate. Going to celebrate with the boys. We're going to have a good time. And you know, this is special. This is special. I've never been able to wear one of these shirts, so I'm going to take advantage of the night, and I know the guys in the clubhouse are as well. So once again, people in Cincinnati, go celebrate. You deserve it. We did this for you guys.
All right, you go celebrate. Get after it, man. Thanks for the time, and good luck in the post.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
There he goes. Michael Lorenzen, right-handed pitcher, do-it-all guy for the Cincinnati Reds. He's been locked into the pitching role in 2020, John Smoltz. But, yes, it's the conversation is widening in terms of the Cincinnati pitching staff. We know about Bauer, Gray, Castillo. You threw in Malley. We add in Lorenzen. They bring in Archie Bradley at the deadline to shore up the back end of the bullpen with Raisel Iglesias, who came in tonight and got out of a bit of a jam. Again, there's the ball is rolling, and it's getting bigger by the day for Cincy.
I'm just telling you right now, I know it sounds crazy to come out of a statement where they weren't in a playoff spot till right now. They can go a long ways. They can win it. And I know, again, that statement just said, well, Smoltz, you've been up too late. You've been playing too many holes of golf. No, it literally is in the roster that they have put in. And the weakness is really the one thing that should have been a strength, and that's the offense. And so if they can get clicking, I have this simple, basically philosophy, 3 hot guys in every department, 3 in the lineup, 3 in the rotation, 3 in the bullpen. You can do a lot of things and scare a lot of people and make life miserable if you can get – they don't have to be the same 3 guys all the time. It's not like 3, 4, 5 hitters have to be hot. You just have to get guys hot at times to complement each other.
So it wasn't an easy task for Cincinnati starting this final weekend. One, you had to go into Minnesota where the Twins have the best home record in all of baseball, and you also needed help from Tampa Bay and from St. Louis. They got that help and then just had to take care of their own business. Here are the highlights from tonight's game. The bases are loaded for the Bomba squad. And if you were to pick a player in the Minnesota lineup to face in this situation, yes, this is very much pick your poison. It would not be Byron Buxton. Swings and misses at the 2-2. Ticket punched, and it's a big one for Malley, 2 down. A little bit of labor here in the first for Tyler Malley. Miguel Sano, the 1-2. Malley goes upstairs and gets him. Barnhart loves it. Back-to-back punchies to escape the bases-loaded jam for the Reds starter. Josh Donaldson has been removed from the game. Andrianza coming in.
Josh Donaldson has left tonight's game with a right calf cramp. He's considered day-to-day.
What's going to happen in Moose's at-bat here? Smoltzy, A, strikeout, B, home run, C, an in-play out, or D, he just simply reaches base.
D.
At-bat is broken. Shallow right, center field. Oh, wow, what a play by Marwin Gonzalez.
That could have got me on the board early. You wouldn't have caught me.
I would not have.
Oh, man.
Definitely wouldn't have been able to catch up to you like Marwin Gonzalez caught up to that. That's beautiful baseball. Galvis on second. He's open to come home and score the first run of the game. And Castellanos going to get the job done.
He might drop a 3-2 changeup here. That would be a interesting pitch selection.
It's not in the rally yet, but let's see if it happens, Smoltzy.
Break ball.
4th strikeout for Berrios. The leadoff single to Galvis. No harm done.
Minnesota
Bomba squad
loaded with offense.
Adrianza turning on one. Off the wall. Kepler will round and score. Minnesota breaks the ice, and it's 1-0. We have Michael Lorenzen and his hulking physique entering the game. 3-2 pitch to Buxton. Michael Lorenzen feeling it. Strikeout ends the 3rd. The leadoff walk. Mike Moustakas hit well into center field. Buxton going back, makes the jump, but cannot make the catch. The Moose is loose, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati.
Oh, Maya, I bet you Buxton's kicking himself thinking he jumped a little too early. One of the most athletic center fielders.
2nd and 3rd for Minnesota. Minnesota's feeling it. Kepler gets underneath it on the left side. Playable, and Suarez closes it. You heard the cry. That was from Michael Lorenzen. Pumped up to get out of that. If you're a fan of Cincinnati Reds, you're well aware of how this team has been living and or dying with the long ball. As Freddie Galvis is turned on one, and this one is way gone. Kepler watches it go, And the solo home run pads the Reds' lead now 3-1.
You could tell Cincinnati knows what they're playing for and how important this game and this series is.
There's a base hit into left field. Akiyama hustling home. 4-1 Cincy. The Reds pad their lead in the 5th. And then we move forward, Smoltzy, to the 8th inning. This was so scary. Lucas Sims, one got away from him and it hit Byron Buxton. He was able to turn a little bit, but still had to exit the game.
Yeah, you know Lucas feels terrible. And the fact that he laid there for a while and the fact that he got up is a great sign.
And then Polanco with a little duck snort into left field that had Minnesota looking like it was going to rally. But Iglesias getting Garver and Gonzalez to end the threat. So we go to the 9th inning, 4-2 before the top half, and then big Mike Moustakas.
He just dropped the barrel on an inside slider, kept it fair, and
Shogo Akiyama with a rocket. Nick Senzel scores. And then to the bottom of the 9th, the comebacker to Wade Miley, another one of the newcomers in Cincinnati. The final out, and the Reds clinch, playing postseason baseball for the first time in 7 years.
Never gets old.
Oh, I can't even imagine, Smoltzy, how good this feels.
Never gets old. You know, this has been a long year, even though it's a short season. It's been a long year for these guys.
Yeah.
You think about we're in Arizona doing the spring training. They had the unknown for 2-3 months and then started up again. So it feels long, even though it's only been short of, 58 games, and it still feels sweet, though.
7-2. The final score, the Reds topping the Twins in the series opener. And now both of these clubs, for sure, will be playing postseason baseball. We're stepping aside for a little timeout. On the other side of it, John Paul Morosi will rejoin us live from the Twin Cities and break down the Reds' victory.
Add up a little bit or no?
That's good.
Brent Rooker with his first major league hit and run batted in. Climbs the wall to take an extra base hit. A drive to center field. Reyes going back. That ball is gone. Ryan Jeffers with his first big league home run. Buxton's blazing speed walks off the Tigers.
Welcome back to Target Field, where we got a little more information about the way the 2020 Major League Baseball postseason will look. The Reds clinched their playoff berth here. The Marlins clinched theirs at Yankee Stadium, and the Marlins ending their drought since 2003. The Reds ending theirs since 2013. Now, interestingly, the Cardinals at the moment own the 5th spot. However, they have not yet clinched because, of course, they have those 2 games that may or may not be made up on Monday in Detroit. Now, the Cardinals can win and can clinch a playoff berth tomorrow if they defeat the Brewers and the Phillies lose. So that would just leave that one playoff berth left to contend for in the National League, currently held at the moment by the San Francisco Giants, who are playing a doubleheader against the Padres. So storylines everywhere. The Cleveland Indians now falling. Actually, they have now risen to second place as the White Sox have dropped to third. So again, the Indians win tonight. The White Sox lose. The Indians now second in the Central. They have won 6 straight. The White Sox have lost 6 straight, a very fluid, dynamic, ever-changing playoff picture. And as we take a closer look, think about all the storylines at work here, all the many ways that we have come from August and even the months before then, certainly, to this very unique time and a very unique year in the history of our national pastime. It's been the shortest of seasons in this longest of years. Finally, or perhaps suddenly, we've arrived to a place of familiar excitement, as a first-of-its-kind postseason format amplifies our newfound gratitude for having playoff baseball at all. The 2020 postseason will be the biggest ever. A whirlwind best-of-3 first round features 16 teams that navigated a summer of unprecedented challenges to make it this far. Some questioned whether we'd play in August, let alone October. But the game and its players endured. The World Series will be one within a bubble, in which only a fever is more unwelcome than discussion of an asterisk. Asterisk? Try telling that to the list of contenders.
Fernando Tatis Jr. has left the field literally.
The Padres have reached the postseason for the first time in 14 years and enter October with arguably the most talented club in the franchise's half-century of existence.
Is this the best Padres team ever? We will find out in October.
The Cleveland Indians have a championship quest that dates to 1948, the longest current drought in baseball. The Rays are American League East champions for the first time in a decade.
In the postseason for the 6th time in their history.
They are still in search of their first World Series trophy in franchise history. The Marlins, the only MLB team never to lose a playoff series, are vying for their first postseason berth since Josh Beckett started and finished the final World Series game at Old Yankee Stadium. The Marlins have been conceived, twice crowned a champion, taken apart, and reassembled, all since the Dodgers' last World Series title. The Dodgers now have won 8 consecutive National League West pennants.
Even in a year where not much in the world seems normal, a dose of the familiar.
No divisional streak of that duration has failed to produce a World Series title until this one. The American League's most exciting lineup belongs to a team that last reached the playoffs in 2008 and now boasts multiple MVP candidates.
Goodness gracious! Ride the wave with Jose Abreu.
While on the other side of town, a familiar group has banded together for what could be their last dance.
You're in battle mode now. Fight, scratch, claw, compete.
The Astros, outcasts as the year began, are led into October by one of the most beloved people within the sport. Dusty Baker has made history as the first manager to reach the postseason with 5 different franchises. When this whirlwind season began in July, we set our toes into the starting blocks of an historic sprint. Now, 16 teams enter the last desperate strides of baseball's 100-meter dash. We'll meet new heroes in the month ahead, then crown a champion at a glimmering ballpark few of us have ever seen. The cameras will show us tension and ultimately triumph. And when it's over, the faces of those victors will tell us plenty about what it all means. Just as we'll never forget why this season began in July, we'll forever remember the final images of fall. It is a little chilly here in Minneapolis tonight. It feels like fall, and those sentiments that we always have at this time of year, anticipating what the next postseason may bring, it does feel familiar right now. We saw it tonight, in fact, the Reds on the field celebrating their first postseason berth since 2013. You heard the emotion from Michael Lorenzen. This is real. There are many things surreal about 2020, but the emotion and the celebration of the players who are going to be participating in this very unique October, that is very real. And also, Stephen and John, remember this, for the 20th consecutive autumn, we'll be crowning a new champion as opposed to having a repeat champion in the game. Of course, the Nationals are not going to be in the playoffs, so it's going to be a new storyline, so many fresh stories, and it's going to be great to see who the heroes of 2020 will be.
Cannot wait, JP, and I just want to thank you for all the work you've done this year on the road. It's been a privilege and an honor to work alongside you. Thank you, JP, as we now show you the American League Central standings and the contending teams after tonight's action. Minnesota in first, Cleveland in second, and Chicago, having lost 6 in a row, in conjunction with Cleveland's 6-game winning streak, now falling to third. Now for tiebreakers, Minnesota has the tiebreaker over Cleveland, Cleveland has the tiebreaker over Chicago, and Chicago has the tiebreaker over Minnesota. Got all that? If not, you got a break to chew on it. And when we come back, we will wrap up our MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show as the Reds are officially in the dance.
When Aquino was going through the month of hitting the home runs, I think what stands out the most about that, I mean, it was incredible. I mean, you just to see someone be locked in for that long of a period of time and for it to result in home run after home run after home run. I think his reaction to it and how he handled the whole situation was what I remember the most. There was humility, there was focus, he didn't get swept up in it, and that's what allowed it to continue for a whole month. And you know, it got to a point on our team where players were laughing. You know, it was so much fun to be a part of and watch him continue to come through. He learned from it. He became a better player. He became a better hitter from it. Whatever success he has for the rest of his career, he will be able to look back and remember what that felt like.
It's beyond unbelievable because it's never happened in the history of Major League Baseball, ever. Every player in the history of the game, no one has done what this guy is doing.
It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show. The Reds beat the Twins 7-2 at Target Field, and with some help, clinched a postseason berth. The final poll question of the night. Who is your choice for player of the game? Is it Michael Lorenzen, our post-game show guest? B. Mike Moustakas with 2 home runs, Freddie Galvis with a homer and another ribby, or Tyler Mahle, who got the game started for Cincinnati? John Smoltz, you voted. Who was your choice?
Moustakas.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have leaned Lorenzen for the job he did coming in early, but Moustakas, absolutely 2 dingers.
Let's show you his highlights in the 4th inning to straightaway center field, just out of the reach of Byron Buxton for home run number 1, and that changed the game from 1-0 Twins lead to a 2-1 Cincinnati lead, and then again in the 9th. Leading off the inning, that made it 5-2. The Reds didn't look back, and he is the player of the game according to our audience, the final play of the game, MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. And again, no arguments from the Hall of Famer John Smoltz or myself. 55% of the vote, 29% going to Michael Lorenzen. But with Moose, 6-game hitting streak. So again, I'm throwing, forget the season stat line at this point, because he's a different hitter, or should I say he's showing, what Mike Moustakas is really about right now in the 6-game stretch, right before the postseason gets started.
Well, he's got a lot on his side. When he's been through playoff games before, and he knows the heartbeat and what it's like. And yes, it's going to be different without fans, but don't think for an instant, once you realize you're in a playoff game for the first time, you're going to have some nerves. You want to do well, and you want to represent your team and your city. So I think it's going to be an interesting mix of players that they have brought in, and Moustakas is one of those that will lead the way.
Let me ask you this question, Smoltzy. As a guy who had plenty of postseason experience, after that first time, the next time around for you, if there were newcomers on the roster, is that something where before a game you go, hey, this is something to expect, or do you have to let somebody experience it for the first time themselves?
I think you let them ask you, unless you got to make sure it's the old. Hopefully they'll ask a question before you tell them something, because then that's the best way to receive it. Because you can definitely help people and going through something for the first time, but experience is only as good as you putting yourself in the situation to be successful, because if you don't, then experience means nothing.
Right.
But what it allows you to do is be more successful than the person who's coming at it for the first time and has no idea what it's like. And it's different. I mean, I tell people all the time, your first postseason game is like your first All-Star. If you're able to make the first All-Star team, there's a feeling like, whoa, adrenaline rush, and it's pretty special. So once you do it, you like to think that it's old hat, but you can't get enough of it. And you do have, we had leverage because it didn't guarantee us championships.
No,
that's my point. But it gave us the ability to know what everything feels like, and we weren't going to be caught off guard by that.
Of his 9 hits during the streak for Mike Moustakas, 8 of them have gone for extra bases. The Moose is most definitely loose. And one more time, I think one of the
this is huge.
Most entertaining.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
No, it was huge for you. One more time, the Rally app presented by BetMGM, where if you download the app, you can make predictions live for every at-bat in a game, and you have a chance to win prizes. So we tried our hand at it. We weren't great. I was going big all the time. At the end of the day, all that matters is that I finished behind John Smoltz on the scoreboard. So I'll give you 5 seconds to rub it in my face.
Not going to do it. What I am going to say is this baseball season is everything I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
It's everything that I can't wait to see it being crowned. There's no asterisks. This is going to be a fun ride from this point on.
And it ain't over yet. The final weekend, still 2 games left in it, and then the postseason gets underway next week. We're going to be locked in. Smoltzy, it was a real...
Enjoyed it.
It was a hell of a ride to be with you. So thanks for you and John Morosi, who's on site, and our entire crew.
I'm going to the range tomorrow.
Am I invited?
I got to beat DeChambeau.
7-2 the final. The Reds win. For Smoltz and JP and the MLB Network crew, I'm Stephen Nelson saying goodbye as we leave you with some of the best moments from another great season on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube.
And we are underway at Truist Park. It's the Marlins and the Braves. Freeman sends it to left center, and he's got himself an RBI. 2-0 Atlanta in the first. And he lobs one to left, and that's going to fall. It's 4-3. Miami has grabbed it. And it's going a long way. Forget about it. Adam Duvall powers up and ties the game at 4.
It's just amazing how this team finds ways to win games late.
And that is going to fall. Open real estate there for Miguel Rojas to bring in a run. It's 5-4 Miami. And he shoots a ball to left. There's another one. Similar spot. That pitch is socked to left. Another one. And the Brewers have another.
Uh-oh. Go.
Jed Jerko going the other way.
Jetty G.
Forget about it.
Danny, you could see it from Jump Street. I mean, Corbin Burns, he was coming at you. He was filling up the strike zone from pitch 1, and he just kept it going through 7.
Tyrone Taylor, goodbye. A new franchise record for a single game. 13 extra base hits for the Brewers.
Lifted into right center field. That finds the fairway. Mondesi turning on the burners. He'll score. 2-0 Royals. Perez goes into left center field. Mondesi going to turn home. And Salvador Perez, you cannot stop him right now. All right, Jacob Nottingham, what do you got? Nottingham turns on one. To left field. Did you? Grand slam. The Brewers have taken the lead. And that one gets over the wall. A 3-run shot for Orlando Arcia. Strike 3. 3 strikeouts in a row to punctuate a 9-5 Milwaukee win. What a breaking ball. What a filthy start for Jose Berrios. Malley goes upstairs and gets him. Barnhart loves it. Back-to-back punchies. Shallow right center. Oh, wow, what a play by Warwick Gonzalez. Adrianza turning on one. Off the wall. Minnesota breaks the ice, and it's 1-0. Hit well into center field. Buxton going back, makes the jump, but cannot make the catch. Freddie Galvis is turned on one. This one is way gone. The Reds pad their lead in the 5th. To Wade Miley, he throws it to first for out number 3, and the Reds can celebrate.